15, 14 all mark, 1 point would decide it all.
That's it. It can go either way once it gets to that stage of the game.
So that's a great shot from here at Aronimink. This is, they have 4 paddle courts here, Mark. They have 11 tennis courts. They've got 6 clay. They've got 2 hard indoor courts. They're playing pickleball on those indoor courts and the outdoor courts. Action. It's, this is the paddle friendliest, one of the most amazing parts of the country for platform tennis, and its growth here, led many years ago by some of the, like Tim McAvoy, former APTA president, great guy who's done a lot in this area. And, Philly Paddle is really it's grown from the love of the sport, and all these clubs around here. I mean, Waynesboro, Radley Run, there's a ton of them here, and it's so exciting to be here. Absolutely,
they got a great culture, and we're seeing the new look Pro Flight graphics out here. Is this the first time this is being unveiled?
Yeah, I like the graphics here, and Evan and Ben, this isn't their first rodeo. This is their 3rd year of featuring, doing platform tennis. They also live stream other sports for Pro Flight, and I think this is, great opportunity, and we're so glad that we were able to play this event tonight. We have to be safe. We are in Pennsylvania. Precautions everywhere are being taken by this club, and it's very limited here to members only. And the members got to play in a pro-am style earlier with these pros, and that's what makes, a host club of one of these events. Their takeaway is so positive. They just get to know so many of these top-level players, the club-level players, and they get to see shots that they never see.
Do you know what Aronimink means?
What does it mean, Mark?
I have a note that I'm going to try and read.
Okay.
It says, by the Beaver Dam.
Okay.
There's a little fun fact. I just had a sheet handed to me with some fun facts that we'll be riddling off throughout the match. And Martin Boschem just entered the court.
Aronimink Golf Club it's a private platinum golf club located just outside of Philadelphia, Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. The club has a rich history dating back to 1896, Mark. In 1926, Aronimink acquired 300 acres in Newtown Square and commissioned Donald Ross to design the historical golf course that we drove in here on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Memorial Day of 1928, the club moved to its current location. It's this course, this Donald Ross design, has this as ranked as one of the top 100 courses in the country, right up there with the Country Club. I only say that because there's their pro.
Because the director of the Country Club just rolled in.
Just happened to walk in.
There we go.
Yeah, so this is a historic club, and they've got a long history here, and truly Andy Sorrentino did a phenomenal job here to grow this program, the passion, the enthusiasm.
How many years did you say he was here again?
I heard 25.
Wow.
I mean, that's quite a run at one club.
Quarter century, that is absolutely quite a run. And I'm seeing they were the host of the PGA Championship in 1962.
Wait, who won it?
It looks like it was a South African Gary Player.
Gary Player. I
I
knew there had to be a South African component to this.
I wonder if we'll have another South African victory this evening, as we have Johan duRandt in the mix.
We don't ever bet against Johan when he's in the field here.
Smart money.
So, Mark, what's amazing about tonight's format is we've got Broderick, 4-time national champ. We've got Johan, 4-time national champ. Mm-hmm. We have Floor Hanisch playing national champ.
Yes.
We've got the team of Macy Elliott.
Current national champions.
Rodezno, our current national champs. We have an amazing match. The women coming up will feature Anna Maria Zabori and Floor Hanisch, and they'll be playing against our current national champs.
And that's a new team for those of you that don't know, but they won their first tournament together in Darien, the first Grand Prix of the season, and they did that pretty handily. So I would say they're the team to beat.
I think that they have certainly put a stamp on the early part of the season here. We've had limited access to tournaments so far, but there's no doubt in any of our minds that 2 great players pairing up would make a phenomenal team, and they got the Grand Prix right up there in Darien to kick off the season.
I'm very excited to see how that match plays out, because it could definitely set the tone for the season. As you said, there's not been a lot of tournaments, unfortunately, so it's sort of a lot of questions as to, who's stepping it up, who's not. So this could definitely, spark a new rivalry and get things going.
Yeah, and Mark, it's all these top players want to do is compete, and this is a frustrating year for everyone. But everyone understands the priority is to everyone stay safe. And as we head into Thanksgiving next week, it's a sad time for a lot of families who will not be able to gather. And so, we got to celebrate the fun events that we get, and we're lucky to be a part of this. We're blessed to be a part of this, and we're healthy. And Aronimink's going to do everything to keep us healthy here during our quick visit to the club.
That. Absolutely.
Yeah, so on the far side, do you want to introduce us to the players, Mark?
Absolutely. So we have Martin Bostrom. He's in the gray long sleeve, and he has the white and black hat. Martin is the director of rackets at Plainfield Country Club in New Jersey. He's originally from Stockholm, Sweden. Great player. Has been around for a long time. This is the second tournament, I think, that him and Drew are pairing up. They paired up together last week in Atlantic Classic, and they had a good show in there. Then we have his partner, as I mentioned, 4-time national champion Drew Broderick, the director of rackets at Canoebrook Country Club.
How about that shot right there?
Check it out. I love it. Switching the cameras up. We got the boys from Elon, Chris Humphreys and Felipe. I'm excited to see. I have no idea what to expect from this. It's always fun seeing a new team together.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. And Chris is the lefty over in the deuce side. Felipe, this is our first time I've ever seen him play here, which will make this so fun.
How do you generally approach playing a team you've never played, Patty?
Keep the ball in play.
Solid advice there.
I know that would be part of the...
Solid advice.
Yeah, that's the philosophy that I know, Mark. You believe in, and you teach that. You're a great teacher. You're tennis over at Glenridge Country Club in Jersey. We love having you in Jersey, and you are involved with our buddy Mick Erdoya.
I am.
And you guys are kicking off a new business venture, which is so fun. We'll talk about that a little bit once this match gets underway, Mark.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if... All I know is I did talk to Mick briefly today. I asked him what were his thoughts on this match.
What do you have to say?
He said, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you get to hang out with Mark all night tonight."
That I know he didn't say because he sees me too much. He sees me daily. He's like, get out of my house by now.
He's loving that you've moved to Montclair and are nearby where Mick and his family live. And
I'm an unofficial Estonian national at this point.
Nice. Yeah, so on the far side, I kind of love watching the lefty-righty combinations play because these guys are the best in the game, and they do make the switching effortless, where a lot of times, Mark, when you teach players, club-level players as they're starting out, it's a lot of confusion on middle balls with the lefty and righty.
Correct.
So if there's, one seam that you can get, it's possibly that spot in between when they're both committed to their backhand volleys and possibly a little bit of the lob. But these guys switch. I never see top-level guys get impacted by lobbing with the switch.
No, but the nice thing is that you'll see is they still don't rush it. And I played with Mick last weekend, and I was reminded how, just not rushing the switch. There's no need to force it. Sometimes when you do teach those club players to switch, and the reason you do it, it's sort of like a kamikaze mission to get in position. But you'll start to see how they take their time. They really wait for the right ball, and it's a smooth transition.
The great thing about Pro Flight, there's no national ranking points on the line here. This is just about pride. They come out here and they just go all out, and it's a highly competitive but a much looser environment.
Absolutely, but the pride can almost be more painful to lose sometimes. So that's a good thing. They're going to be grinding it out. What are the shots to watch out for on Broderick and Bostrom over there? What would you say is the shot to watch out for on the baseline? I
think a lot of people are familiar with both of these guys. Bostrom, have you ever seen a guy hit the ball so cleanly? His backhand, his forehand, the guy just loads up. I remember the first time I ever saw him play a couple years ago. I was thinking, oh my God, I've never seen such consistency off the deck on ground strokes from a guy.
He absolutely crushes it, and very cleanly. There's an example right there.
Yeah, and I mean, his serve, a lot of people consider it one of the most effective serves in the sport. He's a 2-time mixed national champion.
That is correct.
And he's playing alongside Drew, who's a 4-time men's national champion.
Has Drew ever help with camps, and we were showering up, getting ready to go out, and he must have showered in 30 seconds. And I said, Martin, what just happened? He's like, well, no, I was in the Navy. That's all the time we had. It's just habit. He just knocked it out.
Well, he's tall. I mean, the water gets to him quickly, Mark.
Apparently.
Yeah, so yeah, and he's done a great job with Pro Flight, and he is the owner of this company, and we're live streaming thanks to his love of this game and his passion to really showcase the best talent in the sport. Speaking of some of the best talent, 20 years from now, Vincent Broderick, saw him play the other day. He's picking up a few things, Mark. He's out there in a clinic, gets the first short lob from a 9-year-old kid, hits a cutter winner against him.
Oh, the V-man. I heard it's just rollers all day. That's what Drew was telling me there. They're going at it with the rollers. And you're very involved with the high school and the junior paddle, right, Patty?
I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I was involved with Chatham High School. We started the premier, probably junior program now in the country, about 5 years ago with the help of Greg Morgan and a lot of area pros who helped. Blake Anderson, Cindy Ross helps, Jill Fair helps, Oleg helps over at Minisink. And
Lovely.
They had over 100 kids last year.
That's incredible.
Mick Erdoyer ran the high school states. Your buddy Mick is a big fan of junior paddle. Fortunately, I'm not sure we're going to be able to host any Viking Junior Tour events before the end of the year. We just have to keep everybody safe, and it is tough with the kids. If we don't know the kids, to keep them socially distanced.
Sure.
It's fine when we know them, but if you don't know kids, they tend to go in other directions.
Absolutely. And high school paddle in Jersey is really blowing up, right?
Yes.
There's some varsity teams now.
Yeah, so we had, I think, 10 different high schools last year. The last 2 years playing the states, and anybody can do it. They just have to contact the APTA. We'll support it. We try to boost through the programs initially by helping pay for the pros who will, we'll connect the pros with kids who want to play, with interested parents. We get clubs to donate their courts for free, and it's kind of following the model of golf where, how do kids grow in golf? They need courses to play on, and you get great clubs who let the kids play. So we're kind of following the golf motto, and it's working so far.
That's fantastic. Are any of the other paddle areas in the country bigger on high school?
Philly is a great high school program, spearheaded by Annie O'Shea out of Waynesboro Country Club. Probably started 15 to 20 years ago, Mark, and that's nearby here. And I think she's got about 10 different high schools, and they come for lessons a couple of times a week, and a lot of the pros in this area are involved.
I love it. And that really is the future of the sport.
That is the future, and speaking of the future, he's serving right now. Chris Humphreys. The cutter.
They're testing him early.
Right, I would expect that Felipe is going to see more balls in the next 20 minutes than he's hit in the last 2 years. And that's the total of his platform tennis career at this point, Mark. Seems like a great guy. We just met him before the broadcast. He's at Bedford Golf Club.
He'll obviously have all the skills. It'll be sort of figuring out how to use them against these two. There's some shots that a lot of players just know not to hit to Drew. So we'll see if he got that scouting report.
Felipe played third singles at Elon in North Carolina, and he was the team MVP. Oh, my Lord.
15 all.
This is going to be fun for Chris because he gets to play pretty freely, right? There's no pressure. They're not expected necessarily to win, so he can play freely.
15-30.
Yeah, Chris playing with Nathan, I saw them play at Nationals last year. I saw them at a lot of tournaments last year, and he seems to have every shot in the book. He doesn't seem to have fear, and I think the big thing about platform tennis, Mark, as you know, it's that mental component. A lot of people can have tremendous physical skills and all the shots, and they have to figure out shot selection.
That was a really smart leave there by Felipe. He didn't try to stick the volley, just let it go through, ran back. That's a mature play.
Yeah, so Chris, I think he's got it all. And it's just kind of keeping the mental and keeping that consistent mental effort when you're out there.
Absolutely, learning to piece it together.
Yeah, and I'll be curious here, Mark, just how patient he's going to play out here. If he feels the need to go big for, because he's playing with a far less experienced partner at this point, or if he'll just kind of hang back on the baseline and let the game come to him. And if he does that, that shows an incredible amount of maturity.
Felipe does not seem too scared, though. I'm liking that. He's coming out guns blazing. This is a very tough serve to take off the deck. Martin Bostrom might be one of the few players that can actually do it. That lefty serve to the deuce court, it is not easy.
30-40.
I mean, how strong? And look at the strike zone on Bostrom. That was up, shoulders. How tall is Martin? 6'3"?
I think he is 6'3".
That ball would have been
He's
over
a big
our
boy.
heads. We would have been chasing that thing up the side screen to play.
He is a big boy, that is for sure. That first game goes to Broderick and Boston.
Broderick and Bostrom lead 1 game to love.
We hear.
Quick shout out to Arlene Farmer, who's watching out in Chicago. She wants our guys to check the sound. I'm not sure we're. Oh, I think we're A-OK. We've just been given the signal that we're all set. Thanks, Arlene.
We were on mute the whole time.
Oh, and we've just heard from Marissa Broderick. Diamond Dave, our co-commentator's daughter, Marissa, about the sound. Everybody's on the lookout here, Mark.
I love it. It's a pro flight community. The big benefit that these lefty-righty teams have is they can pick on either side, Patty. With the righty-righty, you generally have to go more towards the ad court. If you do choose to pick on that deuce court, it's a lot more limited overheads. Here, you have almost equally aggressive overheads on either side. Oh, there you go.
So, Mark, why is it that two righties can defend a lob better from the ad court than the deuce court? I get asked that question all the time.
Say that one more time.
So, when you're coaching all your players, we want them to pound that ad court corner as two righties.
Correct.
And the reason is, what do you tell them?
The main reason is that their positioning, right? They can play, their net player can play a little closer to net, because if that lob does go behind
15-30.
their partner's there with the forehand to take it.
They set up on that diagonal perfectly
Absolutely.
from that ad court.
They don't
my
have
God.
that same luxury on the deuce court.
Did you see that volley Drew just hit from behind him and
Making it
kept
look
that
effortless.
ball down?
Making it look
15,
effortless.
40.
Could they break right back? Oh,
30, 40.
another break point coming up.
Mark, believe it or not, in 2 games we're going to have a guest appearance here.
Stop it. Who is it?
I mean, it's early
Oh,
in
is it
Pro
gonna be a
Flight
surprise?
to bring a guest, but
Come
we
on.
have a surprise of
Oh my
surprises.
goodness.
And
Are you gonna tell me who it is? You're
well,
gonna
she's a
keep me
little
guessing?
nervous because she's among all this star power in the booth with that amazing looking blazer
Oh,
that you're
it's Pro
sporting
Flight.
here as the best dressed commentator I've
Gotta
ever
come
seen.
out looking good for Pro Flight. Tough.
Deuce.
I think Felipe will get used to that spin pretty quickly, though. He looks like a quick learner. I don't think that's going to throw him for too much longer. They bring it back to deuce.
But I'll be curious if the spins impact him. I would think Humphreys would handle the spins. You know, he's got experience with that.
Tough with
and
that,
there's
tough
no
with that
making up.
righty spin, though. It goes straight to him.
Yeah.
Hard for Chris
yeah.
to go all the way over. I would definitely want to see Chris take a little more overheads. I want to see him take it. Boy, that's a great shot, Bob. Maybe that's why they're not doing it.
Advantage, Bostrom, Broderick.
And that's a rookie error right there.
Correct.
It was great to cut the ball off. He didn't see his partner anywhere nearby, and he's just got to stick that ball right back at the guy.
Deuce.
Absolutely. Keep that paddle still. Make the shot. Always easier said than done. There you go.
And
Now they can settle.
almost looked like he hit the net on that.
I don't mind him feeding
Advantage,
Martin that
Humphreys
forehand, though.
versus Koning.
You can see he was dropping back. He knew that he was going to swing at it, and he was just ready to play it off the back screen.
So Mark, I'll be curious.
That's a great return.
Wow.
Game, Humphreys, Osis Coing.
Just to see if Felipe,
1 game all.
who's now serving, you know, if he can be that active and, you know, poaching like a tennis player right there, you know, how that holds up over the course of a match.
Absolutely.
You typically don't see that. The players get up there, form their walls, you know, and are aggressive within their lanes of coverage.
115.
Not so much cutting in front of each other.
Correct. We're seeing that sidearm or underhand serve coming out.
Love 30.
Advantage of it, Mark?
The advantage of it is it stays low, so that return already has to hit the ball up. So in theory, you should get an easier return and probably get a couple more misses. Martin Boschem is one of the few players, though, that I've seen hit that ball extremely hard back at you. A lot of players struggle with it, but he doesn't seem to be too fazed by it.
Right, and Drew took that ball straight ahead. You know, like you never know when you're going to get a routine miss on a volley.
Correct. That is the one person that's pretty vulnerable on the underhand or sidearm serve is your net player.
Right, like Stephen Mitchell, our current national champ with Johan duRandt. You know, he went to it and it was a game changer for their game. He felt it was so much easier for his to be in the right position for his first volley. You know, he loved being in a position where guys were
15-30.
hitting up to him and at him versus down at his feet.
Absolutely. If it plays into your skill set, it's an awesome thing. That was a great drop volley by Felipe.
15-40.
It is tough under pressure, though. I will say that, Patty. When sort of the game's on the line, you're feeling a little nervy. It does feel a lot easier to just serve it in from
What-
tossing it
Game,
up there.
Bostrom, Broderick.
Look at that
Bostrom, Broderick
combination.
lead, 2 games to
Bostrom
1.
hitting that low return to serve. Drew so confident. He took off before Martin even hit that return. And just, you know, that's where Felipe's inexperience, you know, knowing how to redirect the volley and, you know, not just reacting. I think the longer you play the sport, the longer you can hold your volleys and kind of maneuver around someone who might be blitzing, you know, at the last second.
Absolutely.
So, Mark, I think it's time to bring in our guest here.
Oh. Who's it going to be?
I think our first guest from Serbia,
Oh, stop it. This is
the one and
narrowing it
only.
down.
We'll do a mic check for Anna Maria Zabori.
Take this seat. Take this seat, lady.
Oh. Welcome, Anna Maria. Can we hear you? So, are you nervous about your first match tonight here on Pro Flight Paddle this year, Anna Maria, or just excited because you love to play paddle?
I'm very excited and I love to play paddle, but I'm excited to see you, Patty, after seeing all your beautiful pictures from Lake George.
Oh, well, thank you.
And then, of course, I'm excited to see Mark, who I think we should change
Love
the way
15.
we're having the camera here. I think we have to
No,
have a
it's-
full view.
You got to be seated.
Anna Maria, I think you're making him blush.
You are. You saw
He's
that?
getting good.
You saw me turning red there?
Yes, I'm just impressed. I was watching the best man in the game, all kind of spins and shots, and the way they see the court, it's just unbelievable.
Do you have any predictions on this match?
Now, I'm
Playing
just,
it
I'm just
neutral.
admiring everyone's game. I'm here for
That's
this
a
court.
great move, Felipe.
Love 30.
That's a move that your partner does a lot, Anna.
Yes, I think Florentina is this silent blitzer.
Love 40.
That even though she's next to me, I get surprised when she blitzes. So
And speaking of that, Anna, Anna Maria, you have a new partner in Flora Hanisch this year, and you guys kicked off the season with a great win up in Darien. And I didn't get to watch that one, but I would think you guys are two of the most dynamic players on the women's tour, and I just think it makes it so exciting. And you're out here, and you get to play this match tonight against our current national champion.
Oh,
yes,
I mean,
What
which
a
I
shot.
can't wait. I mean, men's paddle's
15,
great, but
40.
women's paddle, something else, thanks to people like you.
yeah, that's what you get when you have two women commenting right now.
Exactly.
No, I'm excited to have a chance to play with Florentina. I always, and I repeat this whenever I can, I think she's the best student of paddle. She's very dedicated and understands the game like not many players. And the way she sees the court and it gets involved and prepares for her matches is probably she's the most
Oh.
professional person
30,
in
40.
the women's game. So for someone like me that I'm a little bit on the other side of the spectrum where I'm a little bit too relaxed and too laid back, I feel that she's a perfect combination.
Well, you know,
Deuce.
I think your gift to the game is that you have extraordinary tools, and you have every shot in the book. I have an over/under on a tweener in the first 6 games, so I need to win $1. So I need that dollar on it.
Yes, I mean for the beauty of the game, probably that works. But as we know, that this is the game of errors, and a
Advantage,
lot of
Bostrom,
times it's not
Broderick.
really winning it pretty. It's just being smarter and more disciplined. As I say, the best quality in the game.
we'll see
Well,
if
and
you
I-
stick to that when you're out there today.
All right. Well, thank you so much. You want your seat
Wait,
back?
hold
or-
on,
Ah,
don't
you
leave.
don't try to sneak
don't
away
leave
just yet.
I'm almost finished with this one, Mark. So you have a new job that is so exciting. So why don't you tell us about your new adventure up in New Canaan?
So I am so fortunate to be at the Country Club of New Canaan, where our members are just wonderful people, and I'm always proud to even tell them that we're known to have really amazing members. And Mark got a chance to help me out with the camp and got to meet some of them, but also very big paddle enthusiasts. So it's a great place to work, and I'm definitely looking forward to building that program or continue. Whereas Sven Boris, who did an amazing job and was, I think they miss him a lot, and he did a really good job building the program. So I'm just trying to continue.
I mean, you're lucky to follow in the footsteps of someone so talented, because that makes your job easier, and then you get to be creative and put your own stamp on the program.
Definitely.
And I've heard really good things so far.
Svenjo's the Jersey boy now.
Oh yeah, but I have one more question.
Yes.
So tell me, are we going to see any new shots this year from you? Have you created a new shot
Well,
yet?
you know, when you have Valentina as a partner, you're never done improving. So we're always working on, you know, having another plan in our game. So I've been working on my overheads. That's, I think, what was from my part the biggest difference in the very end. That was very helpful. That I have now sort of new shots and I'm
Game,
trying to be
Bostrom
smart on
Broderick.
shot selection.
Bostrom Broderick
we'll see
lead,
how
3 games to
it goes
1.
this year.
Great. Well, we look forward to the season and have a great match tonight. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. Thanks for doing this.
Maybe you
Have
can get
at
Floor
it
to
on
come on in a little while as well.
I'll see if I can do something about that.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. She's an incredible, incredible player, Patty, as you know.
She's got every shot, and it's so fun to watch her because she's got the joy of the game. You know, and it's not a cliche, Mark, because the people who do well out here, they've got to love it. You know, all these guys love it, and she loves competing.
Absolutely. You
Yeah, she was
give up
more
your
nervous.
weekends, you
Yeah,
come
she's
out of
more
the
nervous as a
freezing cold.
commentator
Yes.
than to go play.
There you go. She definitely comes alive out there. That can also be a rookie mistake there, driving
Love
that
15.
ball while Drew was up, get your partner in a little bit of trouble.
I was just going to say, what we're seeing here, we're Broderick Bostrom up 3-1. Just a little bit of inexperience in the situation, you know, how to buy time for yourself. And exactly your point. I was thinking, in a year he'll lob that ball all day long.
It's a great example, though, because if you watch all the players playing, you're not going to say he's out of water skill-wise, right?
15
the
all.
shots are all there. His moving's all there. It's looking great, and that's what paddle is. That when players of a similar skill level, it's who makes the better decisions according to their skill set.
It is that decision making and the way you play
30,
the game
15.
is different than Martin, it's different than Drew, different than Chris, and you got to put your own little puzzle together.
Absolutely,
And
that's
make
that's the beauty of it.
Great decisions. And I also think, you know, the greatest players in this game, you know, they play the score. They don't hit the same shot at, you know, 30 love as love 30. They play the score, and that's a huge thing that those of you at home can watch and have a good takeaway, I hope, from this match.
Oh, there's some good spin. Absolutely, I've been stressing that with a lot of the club players lately. You know, it's easy to play and actually not know what the score is. But if you know the score, it should change what kind of shots you're thinking of hitting. It's a great lob by Chris.
40-15.
It should change what kind of shots you're thinking of hitting, what kind of risks you're taking, and that really makes a difference in terms of wins and losses.
40-30.
So you can see Humphreys and keeping their backhands up the middle here, keeping their forehands on the outside.
Do you know which is Chris's preferred drive, his forehand or his backhand?
I do not. Do you? I
His
think it's a
backhand.
backhand.
His backhand is incredible.
I don't know. He looks like he's got everything.
Oh, he's got a forehand as well.
Deuce.
But his backhand is definitely his stronger of the two drives.
Yeah, Chris kind of made had an amazing year last year. Did, like you said.
Another drop shot winner.
Yep, another drop shot winner.
Advantage, Humphreys,
Really
Ostis
made
Koenig.
headways last year. Got the benefit of playing with Nathan, who's been around forever. Sven Burris. I mean, Chris looks like he can play with a lot of different people. Won the Lake Invitational with Jeremy Court. Won the Midwesterns with Jeremy Court. So I don't think Chris has any fear about the game.
Absolutely not. He goes out there, he plays hard.
Look at him load up and get so low. Let that ball
Game,
drop to hit
Humphreys,
the cutter.
Ostis Koenig.
This is tricky for them, the
Bostrom
setup
Broderick
with,
lead 3 games to
with
2.
Martin in the deuce court, because that's where Chris's preferred overheads would go. That's where all of his setups would go, but that's also where Drew and Martin have the most offense. So you're seeing Felipe having to take a couple more overheads there, but that doesn't favor them.
Right, that's the tough thing. They want Humphries overhead, but unfortunately he's got to hit it to the rocket over there. And you see Bostrom's forehand that he just missed, let cord, that goes out. Like, that's how pure the guy hits the ball. I've never seen someone do that as much as he does.
Smooth like butter.
Totally.
Oh,
15 love.
this is a big game here, Patty. This can really bring things a little closer, make people a little bit nervous.
And I mean, if you're, Chris, and he pulls Felipe out here last minute, he's a fill-in for Mark Parsons, 4-time national champ, who was unable to come here to Pennsylvania and play tonight. And Chris told Drew, Felipe's he's got a lot of tools. He'll be great out here.
I love it. He's definitely stepping up to the occasion.
Yeah, you can see he's a little jumpy at the net.
Jumpy.
15 all.
He looks like he's on a little trampoline on the court, and the top players you see, hold themselves much more still.
Absolutely.
So you can hit more quiet types of volleys.
15-30.
And why do they stay still, Patty?
Well, you've got to keep your volleys under control. You've got to volley the ball so you can cover the next shot. A lot of tennis players will spray the balls side to side to side to side, but then you have to constantly adjust. And then that's where you get caught in that reaching game with a lot of volleys and overheads.
That's a great thing.
Hit quieter volleys, keep it low. Deep is great.
Absolutely. Minimize that movement. The less movement, the less you're going to have errors. How do you generally approach playing a team that is knowingly better than you? What's your mental mindset with that?
I always
Have you ever played a team you're struggling to answer that? You're like, that's never happened. That one's better than me when I play this.
silly. Hey, a lot of times I got out there, and I always kind of was the eternal optimist on the court, and I always took the game like it was a chess game, and being a little shorter, I had to premium on shot selection, court coverage for me.
15-40.
I couldn't spray shots all over the place because I couldn't then cover the next ball. So I learned to really keep it simple, and really only, I think you get out there with a better team. You have to
Game,
look them in the
Humphries,
eye.
Osis, Koenig.
You have to have
3
the
games
belief,
all.
and you just have to say, I'm playing 1 point at a time here, and 1 game at a time. Like it's, Humphries and Osis right here, they're thrilled, Osis Koenig, that they're at 3-all first set. They were probably praying after 6 games this first set wasn't over against Bostrom Broderick.
Absolutely.
So,
but
15 love.
to
But
their
they
credit, they stuck with it, right?
yeah, they had the belief, and they just came out here and they're like, let's just figure this out. And I always think every great team, no matter how overrated they might be in a match, make them prove it to you every single time.
Absolutely.
I've been on the court, Mark, you've been on the court a lot of times, and people just kind of say, you should beat me, and they don't really compete, I would say, on every shot. And that's what helps people get better. They just have to be willing to put in the grind.
Absolutely. I think when you play teams that you know are better than you, it's sometimes very easy to try and overdo it. You feel like you have to do something extra on that drive. You don't play your game. But the more you can stick to your game, understand that they're going to win. They're going to win some points because they've got that skill set. But if you keep it close and all of a sudden there's a little bit of pressure, now it's harder for them to actually finish the points, right? It's harder for them. They get a couple errors. All of a sudden it's closer than they want it to be.
And the simplest approach, I know you're a big fan of simple and fundamentals. No one can win a game without winning at least 4 points.
There you go.
And to me, you've got to have a short memory, and you've got to play the score, but you got to realize a good miss versus a bad miss. Bad miss, poor shot selection versus you picked the perfect shot and you just didn't execute. Oh my Lord, look at that cutter.
That is awesome.
15 all.
I like Felipe being aggressive, but I don't love that play. I think it felt forced, especially at 15 love. Martin and Drew haven't been finishing points. They've had a couple misses. I'd want to see them make them work there.
And so from the baseline, ton of lobbing mark to try to back them up and just lull them a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, you still want to, make them work. You don't want to make them feel like they can just sit there all day, but I don't think you have to force it. And Drew does that, to his credit. He does make you feel like, he's not going to miss. He's
15-30.
And you try and do too much.
But I think as we saw last year, the last couple of years, there's a new wave of players who are up and coming in this sport, and they're willing to look a Drew down and say, hey, I'm going to be just as disciplined as you.
Absolutely.
And, you see it in all sports. You saw it like when Tiger used to have the intimidation factor, and then he didn't, and people were like, hey, I'm taking him on, and there were guys who were all of a sudden, new on the PGA Tour who had no memory of losses to Tiger and close things.
Absolutely.
And didn't care. They just came out to win.
That's what you want. You want that sort of young blood just not caring as much and doing what it takes. Chris is looking very patient. He does not look like he's trying to force it. I like that.
Yep, and we talked about right at the beginning of the match. I said, that's going to be the key.
15-40.
If he can have that maturity to kind of sit back and not try to force the play. And I like that he's letting Felipe get some swings in.
Absolutely. You want your partner feeling loose. You don't want them feeling like they cannot miss at all. But you want them missing the good shots. The ones that you and your partner have decided are the right ones. That one probably not the right
Broderick. Bostrom Broderick lead, 4 games to 3.
Right, and I think the hardest thing is that, when you're serving in big time, it is so different with the one serve, for guys who come over from tennis. And you can, you feel it a little bit with Felipe out here, and it's understandable. And he looks like when he's moving to the net, he's still kind of debating if he's going to hit a forehand or backhand. I see him sort of pull up a little bit too close to the service line instead of going in with his backhand volley. I think you got to be on the net to volley well against the top players.
Love 15.
That was just a loose forehand. Martin would admit that was just a stupid miss right there. He just had an easy ball. He couldn't believe how easy it was, actually.
And he gets out of trouble with that
15
serve.
all.
We've seen that a lot.
Let's see if he runs forward or stays back here. This is always interesting, the little chess game of who's going to get the net. Now he just strolls up. See how he hung back there waiting to see what Chris was going to do. He didn't just run in, kamikaze to the net. He took his time.
Look at that volley. Talk about quiet volleys with Broderick and Bostrom.
And that's becoming more and more common, right, Patty? The not just rushing to net regardless of what's happening. Having to feel out, am I making the volley? Am I missing? Do I need to change something?
Yeah, it used to be that, I'd tell people, stay back. If someone's crushing your serve and it's a huge moment, who cares? Just stay back. And now everyone stays back, lets the ball go through. If you can't stick a good volley, these guys,
30-15.
the game has changed. Everyone lets it go by. These guys hit it so solidly that they're going to get a pure ball off that back screen.
Yeah, and it's sort of originally done defensively, but it's starting to become very offensive.
40-15.
Another somewhat type ace there.
I actually haven't seen...
Game, Bostrom Broderick. Boston Broderick lead, 5 games to 3.
I haven't seen Broderick playing shorts in a couple of years, Mark.
You haven't seen those jersey legs?
I mean, I know in Jersey we've got you and Mick working out in the swimming pool.
Oh yeah, these Estonian swimming, getting used to the cold.
15 love.
I heard that Mick insists upon the Speedos that the Olympic swim team.
Speedos and socks. That's his outfit. We got to send the photographers over and do a little cover shoot on Mick. It's Speedos and socks, a very interesting choice, but that's what he goes with. Great speed.
Yeah, just the cutter.
15 all.
Felipe's just kind of overreacted to that shot. And you know how we talked about how he is kind of like the Energizer bunny out there. He's a little jumpy.
30-15.
And that's the opposite of how you handle cutters. You've got to use your legs and get low to be able to absorb and control that spin.
Absolutely. And important to remember how
40-15.
relaxed that grip has to be, right? If you're squeezing that grip, that handle super tight, you're not getting that cutter back. Smart play. I like that,
Game,
just putting it up
Humphries,
with them, betting
Koenig.
swing. Seeing what
Boston
happens.
Broderick lead 5-4.
But you can see that Chris consciously didn't try and volley it. He knew he's going to let Martin swing at this, and if it's in, he's going to be able to play it off the back screen, and maybe you get a miss. I love that play.
So, how many baseline shots has Broderick missed in the first set compared to Bostrom?
A lot fewer.
And that's the nature of his game.
Yeah.
Where Martin's much more of a risk taker. He'll take a swing and he'll go for it, and he'll live with the results of it.
Yeah, because the upside is a lot higher, right? When each drive is just dialed in, you're going to be getting a lot more errors. Drew's a little less offense, but he's so selective that he wins a lot of points with them.
True or false, Mark?
Oh, we got a true or false?
Martin Bostrom
Love 15.
played with 7 different partners in 7 different tournaments last year.
I'm definitely with true. I know he played with a lot, so the 7 sounds about right. Is that true?
Can you name the 7? If you can name 7.
Love 30.
I know he played with Blake, of course. They had their quarterfinals run at Nationals. I know he played with Thomas Nolan. I know he played... Ooh, that's a 2. Give me some help. Give me a tip here.
All right, I'll give you a clue. One's a lefty.
Valentina, of course. I mean,
Oh,
no brainer.
2-time defending mixed national husband-wife champ. Mark, as I have used to with Dave Broderick, I give you all the answers right in front of
he
you.
played with John Hughes. I didn't know
I
that.
never like to hang my commentator out to dry without
I love it.
supplying
So he
answers.
played with Roman at the Dwayne Hayden Long Island Invitational.
Yep, that's
John Hughes at the Patterson Open. John Lubauer. There we go. I love it.
I had to get John Lubauer, and we had to get our buddy Sebi.
Sebi out in California. He came out there at Lagunitas Country Club after I left. Awesome place. He's doing a great job. And him and Martin played together for a bunch of years.
Oh, yeah, they were
Great volley.
top 6 teams, top 8 teams in the country during their whole run. Martin and Blake, unbelievable nationals last year. Blake unfortunately had that ankle injury in the second set of that quarter. I mean, they got it to 3. That would have been something had he not been hurt. I mean, I
He
was
walked
thinking
it off
that
like a
was,
champ, though.
he
We'll
did.
give him that.
He did until the next day.
Till the next day.
But against your buddy Mick and Sven, I mean, that was one of the most amazing matches that I got to watch last year at Nationals.
Great defense. This is going to be hard to sustain physically, but they're definitely hanging in there.
This is a gigantic point.
Ooh. Oh.
Talk about a sick
15-40.
volley. How about that for a quiet volley? That ball just stayed low, hit the snowboard for a winner.
And you see, he didn't just react, right? He had his paddle up, ball came at him, his positioning was correct, he made it.
That's what he's teaching all his members over at Plainfield Country Club, where he has followed in the footsteps of the legendary Guy Moore,
The voice?
the voice, a 20-year pro at Plainfield Country Club, and Martin took over that program there recently. And
Is the voice watching out in Florida?
I think the voice
Game. Humphries, Osis, Koenig. 5 games all.
Wow, 5-all first set. The voice, I think, is playing pickleball as we speak.
Hey, I love it.
I mean, can you imagine Guy Moore's reach on a pickleball court?
Oh. And he can drink a beer while he plays, even better.
And his hair probably doesn't get messed
Ah,
up.
it's beautiful. 5-all, they tie it up. This is it's tough to play a team that's so scrappy and jumping around. Very hard to sustain over a long tournament.
So if this was a traditional tournament where, you know, you're going to play 4 or 5 matches, that's going to be hard to do consistently. But for this format, it could work.
I mean, endurance-wise, if you play that aggressively, you just wear yourself out over here.
And this surface is not the most forgiving, as most people know. So it's just going to be hard to sustain, but it's not easy to play a team that doesn't play so traditionally. So
all right, well, I'm looking for a rocket. Sorry, Mark, to cut you off.
Not at all.
I would think right here, this is where Felipe's going to grow up fast on the paddle court as a competitor. But
Smart play.
Really
Got
a
into
short
the point.
serve there.
Martin hit a great return. He let it through, and he's in the point. Obviously not ideal that he's not up at the net, but not a bad thing. They could still win from the baseline.
Love 15.
Chris uses that waterfall to the ad court a lot. You think Drew how long do you think till he jumps on that?
What's the over-under?
What's the over-under on that? When's he jumping on it?
In this
15
game.
all.
In
Okay.
this game, I think we're going to see Drew soar to at least the 6 foot. I think he could get a foot off the
15,
court on
30.
this next shot.
Does he consciously wait for a big point? Is he sort of
He
giving
doesn't
it to
shy,
him?
he doesn't shy away from it, that's for sure.
Gotcha.
But
Whoa.
But Mark, I sort of think he, suckers his opponents into hitting that shot. And he'll resist it.
15-40.
He'll resist the first couple of swings. Most club level players, they get the ball of life and they'll just take their shot at it.
Absolutely.
Where I think what's made Drew one of the most amazing players ever in the sport is his ability to be disciplined. And some people would say, hey, he foregoes opportunities for offense. But I think he suckers people in, he lulls people in, and then he'll, let off a missile.
Little miscommunication there. Absolutely, but I'll be interested to see if he waits for a bigger point to bring it out. That was
Right.
one of the tips that I thought
Game,
was really
balls
awesome
from Broderick.
From
Balls from
Florentina.
Broderick lead, 6
She
games
has
to
a play
5.
where she lobs down the line and blitzes, and one of her personal tips was do it more on a big point when they're not expecting. If you bring it out every time, they know it's going to come. I thought that was an incredible tip.
Well, I think that's the whole thing with platform tennis when you play from the baseline, how you do have to hit high percentage to kind of start off. It's hard to go for your, you have high risk shots and low risk shots, and you set your opponents up. And, to have deception in your game
115.
is really what separates, I think, the elite players in the sport from everyone else.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought at 5-all that would be a tough game for Humphreys and Otis Koning to hold. This is Felipe's first moment under the lights, big time moment,
15 all.
and that's when it's the most difficult to execute.
How many of his serves have they won so far, Daddy? Any idea on count?
30-15.
Truthfully, I don't have the correct answer.
I don't think they've got a whole lot of this.
Mark Fischel always knows that. It's the most remarkable skill he's got.
30 all.
He can watch a million matches in a tournament and know exactly how many times someone's held serve.
That's a great play. That's the tough part about playing a player that you don't know. A lot of these pros have seen each other so much that oh, this is Drew's shot, or this is how Martin's going to play. But when you haven't seen Felipe, you don't know what he's capable of. That backhand definitely seems to be a weapon. Chris is definitely being very steady out there.
40-30.
We've got set point here.
Game and first set, Bostrom and Broderick, 7-5.
So, Mark, kind of the expected outcome, but, you know, great first set there from Hoses, Koenig and Humphreys. And I think we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after our commercials from our sponsors.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private, your legacy, our discipline.
At Veritext, it's not just a deposition. It's the witness that will win your trial. It's the reason you became a lawyer. It's your first case as a partner. It's that case that will make you partner. It's for the families who lost something. It's for that groundbreaking patent. It's for one of the largest companies in the world, or one of the smallest. It's something that will change someone's life forever. At Veritext, it's never just a deposition. We understand it's
We're back at Pro Flight Paddle. I'm Patty Hogan along with Mark Innes, and we've just seen a great first set. Mark Innes, tell us about it. 7-5 in case someone's just joining in.
7-5. Bostrom and Broderick took the first set. It was close. I'm excited to see what the second one was. I think that Humphreys and Felipe definitely surprised them. I think they came out, they got him a little unsettled, but I think Drew and Martin are experienced enough that they're probably going to settle back down, you know, back to basics, and we'll see what happens over here.
Yep, and if they do manage to get this into a third set, we'll have a Pro Flight breaker. They play to 15. They only have to win by 1.
Oh, that's going to be exciting.
Following that, women's play.
Oh, yes. We have, who do we have in that match?
Oh, we've got Hanish and Zabori against our current national champions.
And
Macy Elliott and Marcella Rodezno.
I bet there has to be a big crew of Country Club of Darien people watching Macy tonight. I know, shout out to, I just got a text that Bernard Skuman, her unofficial coach, is busy watching.
Oh, and
Carl Levinat. Shout out to the whole CCD crew there. I worked there for a number of years. They're an amazing group of people there. And that was where Macy won her first national. Macy and Marcella won their first nationals. It was a awesome.
So fun in front of their home crowd. I mean, you never want, you want everyone to win when it gets to that point in the nationals, but I tell you, they just peaked at the absolute perfect time last year.
That women's finals was definitely one of the best vibes I've seen at a paddle match before. It was incredible.
how about this environment out here? We're at Aronimink in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. People out, you can probably hear them out there. They're loving it. You can see the chairs out there spaced out.
They're spaced out, so they got to play a little pro-am style with a lot of these pros.
How fun is that?
Best experience to play alongside one of these guys or women. Just can elevate the level of play for these club level players.
Absolutely. That's a great lob. You can see Drew starting to move around a little bit more now. I think having that first set under their belt's definitely going to make them play a little more confidently and freely.
Yeah, and then, you know, Drew, as the creator of this tour back in 2018, he's got a lot to think about, and he's coordinating every detail of this event. I always think it's really difficult to then jump on the court and actually focus on playing paddle versus worried about how his crew's going to be in here handling the volume and the video, etc.
Absolutely, but they're doing a great job. He even coordinated these fancy Pro Flight paddle socks that I'm sporting right now.
Those are my new favorite
Attention
socks.
to detail. He's got it all.
Yeah, I got a pair of those last week. I was so eager to wear them, I forgot to wash them, Mark. I couldn't bring them down.
They're just too comfy. You wear them all the time.
They're so cozy.
Martin and Drew are definitely looking a little more free with their swings. We'll see if it aids them or gets them in a bit of trouble. Oh.
15 all.
And Mark, why does Martin get so many leg cords? What would you say about his style of shots?
It's that good, clean living that he does.
It's the good, clean living, and he hits a flat ball, clearly.
He stays low. He doesn't hit a lot of topspin on it. It's flat and hard. He gets a lot of lead cords. Could be his precision as well. There's that jumping that you spoke about. That's where it gets you in trouble. Small misses, that little bit of extra movement takes that volley out. For club level players, Patty, would you say that looking to cut off that ball is worth the risk?
I'll tell you, club level where there are floaters, I mean, I kind of think about it as if out of my peripheral vision, if I don't see my partner anywhere and there's a floater that's dipping, I think that's a great ball to make a move and cut it off and help your partner out.
Good use of pace there.
30-40.
I think a lot of club level players, are taught by tons of these talented pros around the country, like stay in your lanes, and then they're nervous about going outside their lane a little bit. But I think it's just situational and pace the ball, the trajectory of the ball.
Absolutely. And I think most people's teaching styles are starting to become that way a little more fluid, right? They're seeing different game styles, different ways to find success. Things are becoming a little more fluid. The fundamentals stay the same, but whatever your skill set is, you can use it accordingly.
Well, they always talk about greats in the game and how they would, if someone who dominated the game in 1980, how would he match up? And I always say, you take any great player from any era, and I still think they can match up because they have the fundamentals in the sport. The court size never changes, the screens never never change how you play them. I love watching people who played, well before my time, and you watch them and they never miss a screen because they learned how to play the backside low ball 30 years ago, and they still never miss the shot.
It's interesting. Who are some of the greats that you loved watching?
Well, I was looking through, thinking about some of the men's players, and I was lucky enough to play some mix with Dave Ohlmuller and Gambino were one of the phenomenal men's teams. I just was kind of going through a little bit this morning thinking about the different styles of play where Dave-O and Chris, they volleyed barely one step inside the service line. And they let 1,000,000 balls go through. If they could stick a volley. And then it's kind of ironic to me how then the game went that way, where, they always played that way. And when I play mixed with Dave, and probably because of how short I am, I used to play off the net and love it, where I feel like if I could hit a clean volley, if not, I'd let the ball go through. And I love running back, firing the ball off the screens, and using the screens. And I think great players of any generation can, create offense and break down teams from screen play. I think, most recently we see a lot of players who can pound off the deck and just hit force a breakdown in the volley technique of people because of power. You think of like Gabby's forehand in the women's game.
Yeah.
I've seen Anika. I mean, for about 2 years she just was one of the dominant players and still is, but with her overhead, I mean, you just saw those different power shots come into the game.
We're going to see one of those power shots tonight with Macy's backhand.
Oh, yes.
When we did a little bit of filming with her in the summer, and the camera crew, who knew nothing about paddle, but is a really good camera crew, when they heard the pop from her backhand drive, they all sort of looked around at each other and were like, whoa, this is real deal. She has an incredible backhand.
Yeah, and a unique serve, which I can't wait for our viewers to see.
Absolutely.
Because
shows the different
not everyone,
ways
not
to
everyone
find success,
can reach
right?
up and hit it, can generate the spin on the sidearm, and
30 all.
Macy's got her own unique twist to serving. Super effective.
It's important that Chris and Felipe get on the board here early. If Martin and Drew get a couple early games, it's going to be hard for them to not be confident, right?
Yeah, they're amazing front runners.
30-40.
And you definitely don't want Martin feeling too confident. When his shots are just flowing, it's going to be hard to beat him. That was smart that Chris let it go through. He didn't have a shot at the volley. He preferred trying to let it go through and have his partner get it. Didn't go their way that time, but that's smart play over there. If you're coming forward, whether it's a blitz or anything like that, if you don't have a shot in the volley, let it go through. Your partner at least will have a shot at it.
And look at Humphries, return to serve, thread the needle. I mean, Drew was inside the service box next to Martin, and Humphries still found that seam.
He does that a lot. It's an incredible shot of his. So what's your counter to that, Patty?
Don't hit it to him. Hit to the other guy.
Serve to the other guy. Just serve that the whole time.
Yeah, that's right.
I love it.
In a club level, I think these guys can handle it over time. At club level, I would definitely recommend sometimes staying back, right? And Dave Broderick always says, Australian might not be the answer because Australian doesn't improve your serve. If your serve is just getting tagged at the club level by the return of serve, just maybe going back to the baseline or just showing them a little different setup.
There's that.
There
you go. Is that the first one for the evening?
That looked like the first one.
Okay.
No elevation, though. That was like a 5.9.5 shot.
There you go. We didn't get the hair flip that we were hoping for. Did you see Drew's Halloween costume this year?
Scary.
Scary good.
Scary
It was
good.
incredible.
It was really, really good.
Drew Exotic. He was the Tiger King. It was awesome.
Yeah, so kind of a pretty routine hold there for Broderick and Bostrom are up. 2-love second set. That was the second Zorro type shot. Kind of a little bit of a lazy overhead from Humphries, and Drew just made him pay for it.
Yeah, you feel the momentum shifting pretty quickly. They had it after the first set, and it hasn't really come back to Chris and Felipe.
And I don't mean that he's lazy. I just don't think he did enough with the ball.
Correct.
And Drew just made him pay for it.
I don't think anyone would mistake Chris for lazy the way you see him. He really runs everything down. He never say die with him.
Oh.
I love that. I have a love-hate relationship with that shot. If I'm on the other side, I definitely hate it. He looks like he's going to waterfall it over your head, and he just holds it and drop volleys it.
Talk about having some deceit in your game.
Absolutely.
That was incredible. I've never seen that. I've never seen him hit that shot before.
He does it a fair amount. I think Nathan does it too. Nathan's sort of definitely a master of deceit as well.
Mm-hmm,
he definitely taught him that. So
you can see Broderick's always kind of content to lob a lot of balls, just get the guy to hit the overheads from around the service line. He kind of tries to take away time from the net team versus trying to get them deeper, hitting deeper kinds of lobs.
But I like that they're being patient here. They're not forcing it with Chris and Felipe. They're trying to at least stick around, right? That's all you can do when momentum truly is slipping away. Can you stick around? Maybe you get a couple errors and, you know, all of a sudden you're back in the mix. Doesn't mean don't go for your shots, but don't force anything. Even that, I like that. It didn't seem forced. It was a pretty safe cut. They got away with that one.
Yeah, I'll say.
40-15.
Good transition. You know, it's interesting. Drew seems to be lobbing a lot of balls to Chris straight ahead, just goading him into hitting back into Drew's corner.
And that's what he does. He does that intentionally.
Yeah, versus going cross court, bringing Felipe into the overhead game.
Oh.
40-30.
Incredible wheels there by Chris. And then he does the stop, drop, and roll to get out of the way of Martin.
Martin's a gentleman. He didn't want to hit him with that ball.
I'm sure he wanted to.
He did.
He wanted to win the point more, though.
Yeah, that was a great move from Bostrom because he saw where Humphrey was lined up, and he just took a flyer. Just one step too late, maybe.
Roderick lead 2-1, second
Okay,
set.
we gained a little momentum back, yeah. They dug deep there. I like that game. They didn't just give it away.
So, you know, I think we're ready for our next guest commentator here, and none other than our host pro, JC Cotto, who's going to give us a bit of an update.
Hey.
He just came in with TC with the biggest smiles on their face.
He is smiling pretty big.
And they just had the pleasure. Can you hear us, JC?
Not yet.
All right, we'll get you connected here. So the other match being played featured JC and Thomas Christian, and they played against.
15
Well,
love.
JC, you tell us who you just had the pleasure of playing against.
Four-time champ, Johan duRandt, and one-time champ, Mark Powers. It was some high-paced battle, but it was a good time for sure.
30
Those
love.
guys were kind enough to maybe take it a little bit easy on us.
No, don't say that.
We got a couple games, 6-4, 6-3.
Hey, there you go.
We made him think in the first, 4-all. Blew up a couple
40
chances,
love.
but great time.
I heard a crowd roar at one point, and I just assumed you hit another spectacular shot.
We definitely had the crowd behind us, so that
Game,
definitely helped a couple
Bostrom,
games
Roderick.
there.
Hometown
Roderick
heroes,
lead,
that's
3
awesome.
games to
Local
1,
legends.
second set.
Absolutely. Which sides did they play on from the baseline?
Mark played the ad, Johan played the deuce. It was they play well together. I think they were figuring out some things out there.
Yeah, those guys got talent.
Yeah.
You think they got it? They got a couple skills?
Yeah, they share the wealth on the overhead too, so it should be a fun final for
15
sure.
love.
How did you feel about the underhand serve? Have you seen that a lot from? Have you played Johan's underhand serve before? Or
Haven't
side arm
played it.
serve?
But it was tough. It's tough to drive. If you drive it, the ball comes up,
15 all.
which is an easy volley. Gets him right into the net, right into the point. Definitely a game changer in my opinion.
And I find he moves it a lot, right? He doesn't just hit the same spot every time, so it's not just about him keeping it low. He moves it a lot. It's tricky.
100%.
You can never really jump on it.
On the deuce, he threw a couple to the out wide, down the tee.
15,
Same on
30.
the outside, which kept us kind of honest. We really couldn't take a clean cut at the ball.
Yeah.
So, JC, you're the new pro here at Aronimink, and we've talked about that when we came on the
30
air.
all.
Andy Sorrentino was here, had a 25-year run. You're looking for 25, JC?
Hopefully, I got
25 to life.
Let's go.
I gotta follow the legend, Andy Sorrentino. To follow his footsteps, and he built such an amazing program. So to have the opportunity to come to such a historic club with such an
40,
amazing
30.
membership, I feel lucky to be part of this great club.
And speaking of your amazing membership, you want to give a shout out to your paddle chair?
100%. BJ Hinkle, he couldn't be with us tonight. He was a major part of making this happen tonight here at Aronimink. He's our men's paddle chair. Andrew Panzo, our sports chair. John Cunningham, our GM, and just the whole membership for supporting this great event.
But you know what? Hold up, JC. True or false, Mark?
Give it to me.
What's Adrian's last name?
Who?
Your
Panzo.
Panzo. True or false? He was a Yukon Husky along with Drew Broderick.
I'm going to have to go with true. It's always true.
100% true. He's a Husky. Proud Husky.
He's a proud Husky.
They were on the same time, same team?
I think
No.
Andrew's a little bit older, but he might tell you he's younger though.
Does he have as good hair?
100%. Great head of hair.
I mean, Yukon must do. There's something in the fertilizer up there.
It's the recruitment. Maybe part of the recruitment's got to be a good hair.
Yeah, long hair for life.
It's in the package.
Yeah.
Well, JC, Aronimink's done a great job here tonight, and under challenging conditions,
Good
you're keeping
move.
everyone safe. Everyone's masked up.
Advantage, Humphreys
And,
versus Koenig.
But you know, you've created this a great environment. We were last couple of years, over at manufacturers. They did a great job with ProFlight, and we're sorry that we're not at manufacturers, but we're really happy you're here, and we're happy we got to follow you.
Yeah, it's great. We create a safe environment for everybody. I'm happy people are being responsible out there, but still having a good time. So it's awesome. I'm really happy we made it happen. So far, it's been a great night. Looking forward to an amazing ladies match, an amazing men's final. So a lot of great paddle left out here tonight at Aronimink.
Well, congratulations on your semifinal appearance in ProFlight tonight.
Thank you. I think I'm 0-3 ProFlight, maybe 1-3, but I'll take it.
There you go.
Hey, I know a lot of people who never have had the opportunity, JC.
Yeah, I'll take my
Advantage,
semifinals.
Humphreys.
So.
Hey, and
Koenig.
that's the benefit of ProFlight Paddle. We get to bring in the local community. We want them involved with the pros here, and that's the benefit of you being Drew's right-hand guy for these ProFlight events in the Philly area.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been 3 years of ProFlight, and I've seen it grow from the start, and it's such a great opportunity for these players to just showcase their talents. They're so amazing, so talented. It's such a great sport, all about community. So.
And get ready. They're all going to ask you, how do I hit Chris Humphreys' drop shot? Did you see that shot?
So nice.
And
Off the forehand, setting his paddle up high?
Yes.
That was amazing.
JC, I don't like you saying these players. It's you're involved.
You're
in
one of
that
them,
crowd
JC.
there.
Yeah, hey.
So don't throw yourself out of that.
I just like to put on a good show for the members, show them a good time, show them what great paddle's all about, how all these amazing players are great people as well, amazing pros, and just like them, we love the sport.
JC's been a great ambassador for the game. Was that third year you're doing a ProFlight event?
Third year.
That's
Third year.
incredible. It really cannot be said enough how big of a benefit that is to the game when having people like you.
Thank you.
And keep going. I hope Aronimink gives you some time off, and when it's COVID safe, you can play some tournaments and get your rankings up. You guys are continuing to, the steady rise in the rankings, and every year that's the great thing about paddle. You play with a partner, you commit, and you're gonna see the results, and we're looking for that.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. Thank you. Thanks for coming, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us. Do what you have to do. We know you're busy, and come join us again in the next match. Oh my gosh. Did you see that fake? Chris Humphreys just went up. He didn't really fake. He swung, but he kind of had the composure, realized he wasn't going to get it,
Broderick.
come up with a shot. All right, thanks, JC. We'll talk to you soon.
And big shout out to the GM here at Aronimink, John Cunningham. There's so many people that are instrumental, Patty, in making these sort of events possible, right? From the members to committee to the pro. But the GM, they go through a lot, and they don't always get the credit or see the benefit of it. So it's awesome that you have John involved and on board, and giving off his time to grow the game.
Yeah, and the unique thing about hosting these tournaments is, this is essentially a four-hour event tonight. They kick it off at 6 o'clock. They did have the Pro-Am at 4:30.
Deuce.
And, they can play for 4 hours, and it's an incredible member experience here. And so you're not tying up the courts for the whole weekend, but they get the benefit of seeing the game's best.
Absolutely. Right in your backyard. How good is that?
What a get from Humphreys off that screen.
They're not going away. I like this. They're sort of one game away from their feeling a little bit of pressure on Martin and Drew. So I hope they stick with it, yeah. You see how he holds that?
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of slappy type of
Yeah, it looks
high
looks like
contact
he
point.
could lob. It looks like he could go down the line. There's a little deception, as you were talking about.
You heard the communication, Broderick.
That's one thing Drew can do. He's
Yeah.
definitely communicate.
Hey, but you got to be bossy on the court.
Absolutely.
You've
Call
gotta-
everything.
You've got to see things. The moment you see it, whoever sees it first
That's it.
can just say, you, me, and
That's
that's
it.
what
Even
makes
if it's wrong, you're going to recover.
Exactly.
Call the ball, take the shot, and you can fix it afterwards if it's something consistently wrong.
Mark, that's a great point. A lot of times club level play, I'll see the wrong person, they call it and they get all screwed up and then they get fumbled and then they'll miss the next shot.
Yeah.
Like 99% of the time because they're still fumbled, where these guys, they don't care who, hits the ball. Even if you took my ball, I don't care. They don't. You just move on.
Keep it moving.
Club level
absolutely.
players need to just be reminded of that.
And do you ever see them blaming their partner for that? For taking their shot? Do you ever see that, Patty?
Never.
Never.
Never. Shout out to APTA President Tiernan Kavanagh, took over for Scott
Advantage,
Bondurant.
Humphreys, Osis,
2
Koenig.
years ago. She's enjoying the live stream, Mark. I'll tell you, I've been on the APTA board. This is my 6th and final year. And
You're hanging it up?
well, they retire you. They throw you out to pasture. So I'm getting tossed.
There you go.
But, really proud to serve for the APTA board and the guidance with under CEO Amin Kaduri. Ann Sheedy's done a great job, and Tiernan really is tireless in her efforts, to grow the game, and they're passionate about it, and we're thrilled that, everybody from the
Game,
APTA gets to
Humphreys,
know about
Osis, Koenig.
Pro Flight Paddle tonight and can join in, and just
Boston,
send Mark
Broderick, Lee,
Innes a
3 games,
text if you
2
happen to
seconds
know
out.
his cell phone number. I
Oh,
won't
that's
give it
good.
out on air.
Don't give it out on there.
But if you happen to know it, make a comment,
Actually,
chime
I haven't
in.
been checking. Let's see. Hey, there we go. We got Thomas Nolan in the mix over here. Shout out to Thomas Nolan.
And a shout out to CEO Amin Kaduri. He's home figuring out how to tweak the logarithm for the PTIs. Only kidding. He's got an amazing group of guys who are working on that, Mark, behind the scene, and it's a game changer for our sport because eventually we'll be able to offer so many more events to all levels of players, as designated by players' PTIs, and we've got some growing pains with it. We introduced it. We, unfortunately, because of COVID last March, didn't get to hold a lot of our PTI events. We have a lot slated for this year, but 2020 and 2021 is looking a little rough. But as you can see, platform tennis is a safe sport, and we're lucky to be involved with this. You and I are out there teaching all the time, and we're happy to be, that we get a job that keeps us outdoors because we can be safe and really enjoy it. And, you're working with a lot of guys, women, kids, and they're having a ball. And, every family we're involved with is so grateful that we're out there and we have a willingness to, keep it really safe for all the players.
No, we
And
are
enjoyable, I mean.
Absolutely. We're extremely fortunate to have a profession that we can be outside and be safe and still keep it going. So that's a fantastic thing. This is a really big game here, Patty. This is, you feel if Bostrom and Broderick win it, they maybe just have too much momentum. This is a big game, and you can feel it. Players are digging deep.
Yep, and I think Chris and Felipe have, withstood the barrage right here. They stopped that momentum, and, just it's a couple of points, and all of a sudden they're back in the set.
Hit the seam. He was able to adjust. That's the importance of being light on the feet, not setting your feet too early.
Yep, and he had his paddle back really early, so he could make that adjustment. A lot of players, kind of hold on to it. I say they're in the prayer position. They still have 2 hands on their paddle when they know they're getting a forehand.
The prayer position.
And it's like, you better pray because that's the only way you're going to make that.
I like that. I'm gonna be stealing that analogy.
Hey, no problem. But I feel like the great players, they know when to drop their hands and they get them really low below their knees, and then that's how they come up with these remarkable shots.
Felipe's definitely settled down. He's still moving. He's still taking his shots, but he's definitely.
I think he
looking
ran 6
calmer.
miles in between the first and second set.
that
Chris
might
said,
be fatigue.
Chris said, you got to chill. Pretend you've just played a 3-day tennis tournament. Well, and that's nerves, when you're the
of
new kid on
course.
the block and you're nervous.
But he's still going for his shots. I like that. Look
Yeah.
at that. Still taking his shots, but where originally he might have driven that next short ball, he throws it up, sets it up again. I like that.
Yeah, that's a great pickup. You're right. Kind of keeping the pace where he can kind of
just throw in jabs.
control
Just not trying
it
to
a little bit
knock
more.
out punch here. Another seam.
Another adjustment, battle down low.
Nice early call there by Drew. And we see the patterns that Martin has on his overheads here, right? There's very intentional placement and spins that he's going for.
And he picks a board, right, Mark? Like, these guys are so good, they pinpoint one board where they're going to land a certain type of overhead, certain type of spin.
Drew might rethink that board that he just hit right
Yeah.
there. But that's a big point. That gets some momentum. You can feel them getting excited. How long was that point? That must have been 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was a good one, and that was kind of a loose
30.
mistake from Broderick. You don't see him.
And now it's the time where you try not get too excited as a Chris and Felipe, right? You want to be positive, but you don't want to red line at this moment. Do what it takes. Play another solid point. Be aggressive, but don't force it.
And, you know, we talked about the belief. Everyone always talks about that. You know,
Love
these guys
that.
believe. They're right in here.
Absolutely. The last set was a couple points either way.
And another thing, yeah, these guys get to practice with each other. They've played each other in a lot of events. Everyone's out here for a reason because they can compete.
Absolutely. And Chris and Felipe, ex-college teammates, right? So they've been to battle together.
They have.
They know the other person's not going to go away. That's a great place to be when you're competing with someone.
Right. And how old's Chris?
I think
Is
he's
he
about
16?
20s.
No.
Is he legal to drink?
Yeah.
Can he have a beer afterwards?
Yeah, I hope so, because, you know, like the sponsor, we've got a beer distillery sponsor here.
That's a great
Cabra
overhead.
Brewery, I think, and I hope Chris is old enough to drink.
Is anyone going to be bringing us one of those beverages, Patty?
Well, I hear they have a couple that I think you're gonna really like.
Ooh la la, I'm excited. That's
30
tough.
all.
They play two very tough points, and now they're
Yeah.
they lose two quicker ones. This could be a moment where the match truly can be decided. This is momentum swings right here. I like the confidence. Steady but confident. Gets the lucky
great
bounce.
play.
Hey, I like it.
30-40.
Fortune favors the brave,
There you go.
as they say.
I don't know where Mark Powers is, but that was a little Mark Powers like when Mark used to hit that. He used to hit that chip one-hander more.
And just probe and
I mean, he's
move
got
in.
this amazing two-handed backhand, but he's got this little chip that I love that he can kind of open up the court and disguise as well. And Felipe kind of pulled that little chip.
little
Drew
power-esque.
hit it right back to him and kind of fed right into his hands.
Well, we may see that chip tonight. Mark Powers and Johan duRandt paired up. They're going to be playing in the final later.
What a dream team that's going to be.
Absolutely, I'm excited. I don't think they've played together before. I drove up with them earlier, and somewhere along the ride between talking nonsense, they said to each other, so what side are we going to play?
And who made the call on that?
Johan was very gracious and said, you play where you want to play.
Fingers crossed we will get our national championships played up at the country club with Johan is taking the leadership and putting in a monster amount of work to host the nationals up there, and we're really hoping that with COVID that we'll get to a point, whether it's vaccine or that we can run some kind of a national championship up there, and hoping that we can get our players in from around the country. Illinois is tough, and you got to have Graham if you're going to have a nationals, and all our
Gotta be
Chicago
done.
peeps, the Rose
Gotta have the
brothers,
Midwest
Coleman,
out there.
all those guys. I mean,
Martin just saw that coming. He knew what was happening, and he took advantage of it.
shout out to Ben and Evan, Drew's production team here. They, they're in their third year of Pro Flight production. They've gotten haircuts for this event. leading into the Thanksgiving holiday.
Advantage,
And
Bostrom,
speaking of
Broderick.
Thanksgiving, we wish everyone out there a safe and happy holiday. We know it's going to be sad. A lot of people aren't going to be able to spend it with their loved ones, but we hope you spend it maybe getting out on a paddle court somewhere and playing safely.
Deuce.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Patty?
I'm going to be heading, hopefully, fingers crossed, down to Maryland.
Lovely.
I've got
That's a big time play at Deuce.
Advantage.
That is
Bostrom,
nice.
Broderick.
I've got a stepson who lives in a special community called the Benedictine community on the eastern shore of Maryland.
Fantastic.
And shout out to Skip. I'll have to play this for him, and so we'll go down and spend a couple
Deuce.
days, hopefully, with him.
Love it. That's awesome.
Missing out. I have 10 brothers and sisters. I don't know if you know that. We always do a Thanksgiving together, and this
10
is gonna.
brothers and sisters.
We're already all really sad about not being able to at least get part of our group together like we do every year. I spend my Thanksgivings, Mark, up in Carmel, New York. There's a little club called Gypsy Trail Club. 2
Gypsy
paddle
Trail.
courts, and I usually go up for Thanksgiving for 4 days and play about 15 hours of paddle.
I love it.
These guys text me all the time, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "We're having Thanksgiving dinner." "No, you have to come play paddle."
I
And so
love it.
it's another passionate little community, and a lot of city folks who are lucky enough to go out and have a second home, and they've built up the paddle courts there. They had one for a long time, added a second year, and if you build it, they will come and play. And
I love
Steve
it.
Greenberg is their spiritual leader, a great guy. He's done a phenomenal job. And he's in the stands anytime we're at a Connecticut National. So shout out to Steve and all the buddies.
There's so many of these great little communities of pockets of paddle players throughout the country in areas that you would never expect. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we see these big time clubs like Aronimink and all these Philly
That's a
clubs.
tough overhead.
Advantage.
Yeah, with 4 or 6
Bostrom,
courts. But
Broderick.
I love the jewels, the hidden
Oh.
spots. I've got one growing in Ticonderoga, but like in Summit, New Jersey, there's big time clubs, and then there's Clearwater Summit Tennis. They have 2 courts tucked away in the woods, and that's what makes the
Game.
sport kind of special.
Bostrom, Broderick.
That's a tough game to
Bostrom,
lose.
Broderick lead 4 games to 2, second set.
That's a tough game to lose. They would have had a lot of momentum if they took that one.
Mark, do you have the sidearm, underarm serve down yet?
15
I don't. I was trying it. I had a few weeks run where I was trying it because we did a bunch of camps with Johan and Carl Levenat and Stephen Mitchell, and we'd play every night. And Genius Chadzikwe. Every night we play after we teach, and obviously it's alluring to try. There's that reach you were talking about. It's alluring to
30
try
love.
when you're playing Johan and Steve, but it takes a lot of practice. If you're trying to get it, it's legitimate. You got to get the reps in. It's not easy to get the feel, and it's under pressure. It's even harder. So I'm a little shaky on it, but I do see the big benefit, especially as it turns cold.
Yeah. I'm about 3 for 10 right now in my practice.
40
I don't
love.
think I could pull it out in a match yet.
Stephen Mitchell has a fantastic tip. He says start with a higher contact point until you get confidence, and then you drop it lower. And that actually took me from 3 out of 10 to maybe 6.
See, I'm learning something right here
It's
on
a-
the air.
it
I can't wait to go practice. Can we go before the
That's
women's
right.
match?
Let's throw it in there.
Can you show me that?
It was really a good tip.
Game. Humphreys, Osses, Koning.
They're not going away. I love it. And you can see when Chris hits that probing ball to Martin, he just hangs behind that service line. He's not worried if he drives it, because if he hits it very hard, he's going to let it go through. If it's an
Bostrom,
easy one, he'll
Broderick
volley
lead
it.
4 games to 3, second set.
And, when we look at these players out here and we talk about, what makes a player elite, and we talked about playing the score. Martin didn't play the score right there. He just went for it. I mean, it was a drivable ball, but it was so short. I thought he just should have pummeled someone at the net. Pick a spot, get him off balance on the right hip or left hip of, the players.
I like that word, pummel.
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 He can pummel.
Oh, he can pummel.
I can pummel. He can.
He can pummel, that's for
Can
sure.
you pummel, Mark?
I'm not a pummeler, but if I could, I would.
Pumbler.
Pummeler.
15 love.
That's a great new word for pro
I
flight.
love it. We need to have a word of the day every time.
That's right.
Another big game, yeah.
But I always say, you know, you have a huge point and you're juiced up and you've got a lot of momentum in your swing, you've got to pick a target on the other side of the net.
30
because
love.
make someone make an attempt to hit the volley.
I like that.
A space can't play an out ball.
A space can't play an out ball.
Did you know that?
I was
I
not.
always say that.
I was not aware.
30 love.
This is time where you can lose it mentally a little bit. This is the time Chris needs to sort of regroup. Do you have any tips for regrouping, Patty? When you start to lose it mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally?
You mean when I need a break?
Something like
Physically,
that.
mentally, and emotionally?
Game. Foster and Broderick. Foster and Broderick lead 5 games to 3.
I mean,
set.
for me, it used to be about lobbing. I used to lob my way in matches. I always thought I could open up the court for myself because I couldn't pummel with my drive. I
Lob
could set up my
15.
partners who could pummel, but I could only set myself up really off of deep lobbing and mixing up the lobs and getting them off the net. So I always found that if I was nervous or starting to make a lot of errors, I just had to really slow myself down
Love it.
and use the screens to slow down the game.
Chris gave away a couple errors there. It's going to be tough to come back from. Often these close matches are decided by just a few points, right?
15 all.
Yeah, that was weird. I thought Martin was going to soar on that shot. I think Drew thought he was going up.
I think they both thought something. That neither happened.
They did coordinate their outfits, though.
Ooh.
15-30.
Just went wide. Unlucky.
Let's see if they have anything left in it. I've been very impressed with Felipe this set. I think he's played steady, he's calm, he's still been confident. I've really been impressed this set.
Yeah, me too. And what a great opportunity for him as a player to be under the lights here, you know, in an intense situation.
Absolutely.
Boom, right out of the box. And he's
Don't
handled
love
himself
that move.
beautifully.
That's that jumpiness that you were talking about. Got them out of trouble. They got out of trouble, but you don't want to have to consistently do that. That wasn't a pummel.
30 all.
Not a pummel.
Not a pummel.
What's the word for that shot?
I don't have one. We'll ask Martin afterwards. It might have to be censored.
Yeah. We may need a translation.
40-30.
They might let them back in, yeah.
And this is just, like, Broderick is not making an error. He just doesn't give away much. And I just think Martin is just a little too giving on the court at times.
He's a giving, he's a giving person.
He is a giving person.
Blessed are those who give. Especially if you're the opponent. You're like, keep giving.
Exactly.
Just as you said, he gave him one.
The
Humphreys.
Commentator's
Huss's
curse.
calling.
You got it.
I do
Foster
love
and
that they're just
Broderick
not
lead
going
5
away.
games to
They're-
4, second set.
Even after a couple errors, he regrouped. He's sticking in there. Patty, do you ever listen to Inside the Wires?
I do. What an
Yeah.
amazing show.
How good is that? I
Ah.
just had dinner with one of the hosts, Noah, last night.
Noah, Mr. Xenon
Mr.
himself.
Xenon himself.
He-
Have you heard of the crew out of Jersey, the Xenon Boys?
You know, I have not heard of the Xenon Boys.
There's a crew out of Jersey. Big fans of Sven and Mick, and
Those guys.
those
I
Xenon
definitely know
boys.
those guys.
and they're just out there playing paddle all day, and they love it. And
Yeah, but
that's
Inside the
people you want
Wires,
in the game, right?
how fun is that, Mark? I
Oh,
mean,
it's
and
awesome.
that's the thing that shows, you know, you talk about the growth in the sport and how it's out there, and you see Noah and those guys, and, you know, they were nice to include young Blake Anderson. He stepped up to the plate. I think he does a great job with it. Those guys are
young Blake
hysterical.
Anderson.
Young Blake Anderson.
Old baby blue himself.
I always call him young Blake Anderson on the stream.
He won the junior nationals. Is that correct?
He is a former junior national champ. Who else? Who in the field tonight is a former junior national champ?
I'm gonna say Mark Powers.
What year?
That I will not know. But because you so graciously wrote it on that piece of paper, it's 2005.
Maybe 2005. I don't
I
really
love
know.
it.
Maybe Maria Zabori knows.
Are you staying loose, Anna? She says yes.
Anna and Flora, all the women are hoping this doesn't go to a pro flight breaker. They're ready to get out there.
I want to see a pro flight breaker, though. I want to see how these guys all go under the pressure.
No, I want to see the women play.
Me too, 100%.
And soon, I don't think I can wait for a pro flight breaker.
Yeah,
Here, Mark.
you want them to end it off, yeah?
I do.
I don't know. I'm liking Philippe.
Chris.
That's a
15 love.
momentum sucking error.
I did not put the win to blow that ball wide there just because I didn't want this to go 3 sets.
That is a tough one.
30 love.
Little flat-footed return there. He had to actually work a little bit harder on that return, especially down 15 love.
Drew Giveth.
30-15.
Yeah, there he goes.
What do you think for a player like Felipe, you know, newer to the game, obviously has all the skills. What's the trickiest thing for them to figure out to compete at this level and win? Not compete, because he's competing right now, but to win.
Well, I think, you know, and just in the early go, how jumpy he was.
Uh-huh.
And just, like, controlling your emotions. I mean, it's got to be unbelievable for him to be out here with these other 3 guys who have such incredible, you know, amount of success on the court for years and years. So
Yeah, he
I
does.
think like controlling the emotional part of it is big,
Yeah.
because clearly he's gifted athletically, and I mean, he's got
Clearly.
quickness. He's got a lot of game. You know, I think he'll develop more weapons off of his overhead. I think he's looking to Chris to do more on the overheads. He doesn't seem to, he's doing a little bit of a vanilla type of overhead in this match, so I don't see that he has anything that can break down a baseline team yet with the overhead.
Do you think you can tell pretty early on if someone has it, or they can develop it?
Oh, I think they can develop it for sure. I mean, some people won't
people
ever
it's clear,
get
right?
like the Zabori tweener. They just won't get that
Just-
shot.
I've been trying so long, it's just not happening.
Right. I mean, I've stopped trying because I've injured myself. Yeah, but in terms of variety, it comes down to, you see the players who make adjustments with their grips to create the spins on the ball mark, and extreme west,
40-15.
how far they can move their grip both ways. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about grips in the next match with the women, because you will see the variety and you'll see the grip changes from Zabori out there, as much as anyone in the women's game. More so than anyone in the women's game, probably. Anika makes huge, she'll make big adjustments with her grips as well.
And Macy, you're going to see a lot of rollers. She has one of the best rollers, I think, in the game.
Right.
And I'm excited to see. She catches it so finely. It just doesn't fly through the air so quick.
You look at Gabby, she plays the game
Game,
with
set,
a very
match.
similar grip. And
Bostrom Broderick, 7-5, 6-4.
And there it is, Broderick Bostrom. They take that semi-final. They're going to be getting ready for the final. And you got your wish, Patty. We're going to be seeing the women's match early. No pro flight breaker.
well, that's what I was hoping. I think we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back on Pro Flight Live. Welcome back to Pro Flight Paddle. I'm Patty Hogan alongside Mark Innes, and we just following that very entertaining men's semifinal match, Mark. We have a treat of treats out here. Tell us who we're about to see.
Oh, we are about to see the current APTA national champions, Macy Elliott and Marcela Rodezno, and they are going to be taking on Florentina Hanisch and Anna Zabori, possibly the team that's most feared in the country at the moment. A new team. It's good. I'm extremely excited for this matchup.
I mean, this is amazing. These players are so talented, and we are so lucky to have them here at Pro Flight. And this is an ideal format for them to showcase their talent, their personalities, what they bring to the game. This is going to be great.
Absolutely. They actually play during the summer on Monday nights. They were playing at Fox Meadow, where Anna Zabori used to work. So they're familiar with each other's games. I haven't seen any of the matchups, but I'm excited to see how tonight goes.
Sure, and Rodezno and Macy, they won nationals last year in front of the home crowd. How you talked about it, Darien Country Club, over Floor and Annika Cooper, and Floor and Anna Maria's, decided to team up in the off season, and they're undefeated so far.
Absolutely, they had a great tournament in Darien. Macy's home club, and we'll be excited to see how this competitive setting goes. It's always different under pressure. You can play in a practice match and beat another team handily, but when there's a little bit of pressure on the line, things are different.
Well, and you'll watch how they handle the pressure. And I mean, Elliott and Rodezno last year, they had to run. They had to run like a couple of years ago with like Nicolescu and Andrejkova did at Nationals, where I just happened to watch early matches. They just got better. They peaked at the absolute perfect time.
Patty, I'm actually handling the pressure of this evening with this Le Cabra Brewing beer over here, the hipster Pilsner.
Oh my gosh, I've heard a lot about that blend, and I'm glad that you're remaining hydrated here.
Absolutely, it's got to be done.
Well, someone's got to take it for the team, and I'm glad you're the tasting guy tonight.
Anything for the team.
Well, JC told me about that place. They're a great sponsor for this event. Tuesday nights, Mark, sometime. We're going to have to come Pro Flight on a Tuesday night because they have half price on wings.
Oh, love wings.
And I heard the best burgers.
Now we're talking. What's going to be the keys to success here on either side, Patty? What are your thoughts on this?
So, Floor and Anna Maria on the far side, won the first tournament. Oh, they're on the near side, sorry, their backs are to us. That's Floor Hanisch hitting the roller overhead. There's Zabori dropping back to hit that overhead.
That backhand, that for me is going to be the shot to watch out for on that baseline team. Macy's backhand is just so heavy. She hits it so hard and she makes it. It's not a hit or miss. She makes it pretty consistently.
So Elliott and Rodezno, like I was talking, they peaked at Nationals last year, and they went through a rocky season. And to their credit, they just kept grinding it out last year, kept working on their game. I saw, Macy works for Carl up at Darien Country Club.
Carl Levinette.
Carl is such a great guy, rock star, really a rock star in our sport. And what a great mentor for Macy, now she's in maybe her third year of paddle. It's incredible. She wins nationals in her second year in the sport.
Carl, and I know him very well because he was a mentor to me. He didn't quite get me the national championship or anywhere close, but I will say
he's not a Houdini.
I will say he takes the time to each and every one of his pros. He spends time teaching them. Myself, Bernard Skuman, Macy Elliott. He puts in time, and it's incredible what he's done with the program there at Country Club Darien.
Well, he really is an elite group of pros in my book. How he handles himself, great paddle player with Faisal. As a team, but he's just pure class act. And I mean, Macy, what an opportunity to be under his tutelage here.
Absolutely.
And here's we
saw a loose. Oh, there's a new serve out. Okay.
She moved away from the
Well,
flat,
I was
flatter
just going to
push.
say, we're going to see a unique serve, and then she went and pulled out her Anna Maria Zabori serve.
I know she has, not working on that one, but I know she practices a lot with Bernard Skuman. As I said, he's her unofficial coach. Maybe it'll be official soon, but they spend some time out on the court practicing, which is, I think, a big key to her success. Is she doesn't just play practice matches or league. She actually drills, which is huge.
Right, and that's what Carl was telling me last year at Nationals during it as we were watching their success, and she went back to old school serve.
That's the tough part when you start missing something you haven't maybe had as much confidence on. That's like me with the underhand serve. Once I go lose the confidence, it's just not happening.
Yep, and she does that push ball. She throws that ball toward the court, like hits it flat, she almost gets underneath that ball, sort of like Nicolescu does a little bit on her serve.
She does a great job on that. She did when she came to film with Mick and I in the summer. She demonstrated and taught that serve, and that was one of her big keys, was that low toss out in front, get to net quickly and balance. So far, not a lot to see where anyone's going to have an edge or not. It's been a couple loose areas. I think they're still, getting the rust off from waiting around for that last match. We'll see as they start to get a rhythm and get stuck into it how this unfolds.
Do you hear like that?
We've got an umpire getting wired up here, Mark. So
okay, so do you hear me like that?
Now we can hear.
That's all good.
Daniil.
Daniil works at Canoebrook with Drew, right?
He is. He's doing a great job over there.
I saw him play a league match on Monday, and he's figuring it out. He's going to be tough.
He is, and Basil, Drew's other assistant, is coming along. Super nice young guys. Fun to see Drew bring those guys in and mentor them and improve them, and they get to learn from one of the best. So we're.
You want me to get scored from him? All right.
I think we're about to get wired here.
We're about to get wired.
We're about to get wired.
I'm not sure what.
It's not inside the wires.
My first time
Noah.
at Pro Flight. I'm not sure what exactly happens.
I don't know what's going to happen to you tonight.
Well, we're about to get wired. And on the court next to this match, they are playing for third and fourth. We have Mick Godoy has a new term. You're not a loser, you're a learner. So we have the learners from the other match that are now going to be playing for third and fourth place.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about this format. Whether the guys win or lose, and they come out, the local pros like TC and JC. I mean, it's huge learning curve and opportunity for them, and their members are out here supportive, watching them just as much as watching this premier women's match that we get to showcase the incredible talent at the top of the game.
We saw an early switch at the backcourt there. They put Marcella over in the news court, and I think that's just because Macy's so much more offensive. It's not the way they won national. As I said that.
As Marcella was like,
we see Marcella
forget that. She pummeled that ball, Mark. Just like Bostrom.
We got another pummeling.
Yeah, so we're 2-1. Hanish and Zabori are up in the first set. Pro Flight Paddle, we're Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania.
Newtown Square.
Historic club, amazing facility, indoor tennis, outdoor tennis, paddle, They've got the pickle going. JC's the new pro, taking over for Andy Sorrentino. Did a great job, and I ran downstairs, just a little break in between matches, and there are a whole group of women downstairs, and they were just taking a pit stop inside and talking about how marvelous this event is for this club here, and they're having a ball.
It's fantastic.
And they're talking about the shots. How did that guy hit that shot? What was his grip?
Paddle, when you watch it live, really is something special. Sometimes you don't always see it on the camera, but when it's live and you're seeing the players bounce off the screens and you're hearing the spins, it's a different ball game. It's incredible.
How many times do you get to see a women's match here? 3 national champions, Mark, out here on display. And Zabori is hoping her time will come here.
I can't see it not coming. She's just too talented, and she enjoys the game too much to not find success.
Yep, and Hanish is such a strong, mentally tough partner. She probably is Zabori's ideal partner now at this stage of her career. Zabori had a great run with Martina Andreikova. I mean, phenomenal team.
Yeah, they were #1 in the country, right?
Heck yeah.
Marcella's strengths definitely her steadiness in her lob. She puts those lobs really higher than most players I've seen. She gets underneath it. It's a long, slow lift. She's really steady over there.
You know what I think, Mark? One of the differences in the men's game from the women's game, I think you do see more high lobbing, because high and deep lobbing is far more effective against players who are not 6'3".
Macy's she gets a lot of action on the overhead. She's gonna be tough here. Do you see it happening in the game where, similar to some of the men's teams like a Steve and Johan, where they'll start to switch at the net? Because Macy clearly has more attacking overheads. Do you see that coming about?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of that style of play, and I thought the rise of these guys in nationals last year, culminating in their championship win, was a result of adjusting their position at the net and really getting Marcella on top of the net, handling the volleys, and Macy, who has just greater range and a little bit more variety in the overheads. And we talk about the grip changes. Marcella doesn't make as many grip changes when she hits the ball.
You can see Macy didn't reach for that volley, right? It was hit hard. She just let it go through because she didn't have time to react. She was covering what's right at her. I've seen that a lot with club players lately. You sort of feel like it's a failure if the ball goes past you. Your job's not to jump on everything, right? If it's at you and you have time, take it. If it's not, let it go through. You can run it down. Even though it's tough in the beginning, it becomes easier.
And I think as the players you play against improve, you can get more of the balls off the back screen.
100%.
I think one of the struggles with the lower levels in letting that ball go through is that their opponents are not making pure contact.
Yeah.
And they don't have the ability to pummel the ball.
Absolutely.
So it doesn't really, where some of these guys hit it and the ball comes well into the court.
Correct.
You know, and in the warmer weather, all the way up to the service line at times.
Yeah, no, I always tell a lot of the club players, you know, the strategy doesn't always line up with your skill set just yet, but it can. There's a lot of times you have to just kind of stick with it, and it makes sense.
Shout out to one of our players from up in Ticonderoga, John Olivas, enjoying the action. He loved that first men's match.
I like that roll. Good volley.
And John always offers his assessment, you know, and clearly we missed the point that Chris started making some more errors in the second set. He said that was the difference. Do you agree with that, Mark? John's assessment?
Tell me the assessment one more time.
That he just felt in that second set in the Roderick Bostrom match that maybe Chris made a few more errors than he had in the first set.
100%. I think they were just at key times, right? Which is tough.
So Chicago, Arlene Frommer, how fun is she out there? She's
hey, Arlene.
Midnight paddle, pro flight paddle. No one's better than Arlene, I mean, in terms of enthusiasm. She's a great promoter of the sport, loves celebrating all the players.
That's what you want. Still feel like the players are getting settled here. I don't feel like Macy and Marcel are as comfortable as they need to be.
40-15.
And you know, Zabori will do that to you. She'll make you uncomfortable. You just don't get a rhythm. The mixture of overheads and the drop volleys, just bringing you out of position. And you can see with her drop volleys, Patty, when it's colder, obviously it could be a clean winner, but she really does it to bring you forward, right? She trusts her volleys that she's going to bring you forward, and if you don't hit the right shot, she's going to volley behind you. It's not to hit a clean winner every time. I like that switch. I like that play. That's definitely Coach Bernard Skuman in the base.
Well, and it's automatic. It's like a lefty-righty switch now for them. Yeah, I like Elliott's overhead there, but Zabori liked it more than I liked it. It was too short.
Pretty quiet.
4-1. Hamish.
4-1.
Yeah, Macy went way back, and you know, when you hit short against the game's best, they're going to hit that ball, and they paid the price.
And this is the time where you try not force it, right? I think when you're down,
Hamish leads 4-1.
and you've just decided to switch, you probably do go for a little bit much. She was probably too far back there to try the cut. I think you should play just a more conservative shot. Still go for it when it's the right one. You can't force it.
This is going to be an interesting year. You know, I don't know how many tournaments we'll end up getting in, Mark, but you know, here's Elliott and Rodezno. They didn't come out of nowhere to win nationals last year, but they certainly were not one of the teams at the beginning of the season, and even going into nationals, you knew they were going to be in there. And with the home crowd, I thought that would really give them some momentum. And I think it certainly helped them, because I think it kept them
15-all.
You know, when you got your the people you teach clapping when you're doing your best, even if it's not going your way at certain points. I mean, I think that
15-30.
home crowd helped carry them last year.
The CCD crowd came out in full force. There's, you know, the Brian Smith, Kate O'Brien, there's a couple CCD
30-all.
members, Sean Sweat, John Cochran. They're just out there supporting her nonstop. It might have helped that there were a few beverages around.
40-30.
That kept it going.
Well, it is a paddle tournament.
Absolutely. But no, they came out in full force. It was fantastic to see. There's that grip change you were talking about, Patty. That's a dangerous play that's what the play I was talking about, Florentina. When she sees that high lob, she's so quick at getting in. And she's very disciplined about not taking anything that's not right at her, right? So she just always makes you uneasy. That's such a tough person to play against, when they discipline, but they still make you uneasy.
Yeah, and I think what Floor does masterfully, as well as any woman in the game, is she'll show the move. Maybe she wasn't going to go for it because of her discipline, but I'm telling you, she'll go for that ball in a key point in a match. And I think that's what's one of the things that's separating her in the game right now, where she does welcome that pressure of that moment, and she has that willingness and recognition of the shots and like the sequence of shots to really, you know, figure out how to manufacture a point.
Absolutely. There's that drop shot. It's not an all or nothing play. She brings it forward, makes her play a tough shot, volleys behind her, and they keep going.
And out.
Yeah, you saw how Rodezno just got down on that.
Survival mode there.
You know, her paddle head was a little low. I was a little scared for that ball going in the net, but she worked her legs to get that ball over.
She's an incredible volleyer.
See, Rodezno may have to help out with that ball, because Zabori is spotting that lob to that spot right between. I think, you know, Rodezno may have to make it a little bit of an adjustment there.
Yeah, I think they're still feeling it out. You know, they won nationals, but I think they're now adjusting to a new, different type of game style, how they want to play to stay at the top. Hey, there's the behind the back. But I think they're adjusting to a new game style, and it's going to take a little bit of time. There's that play. See it? She just disciplined, goes back, makes you uneasy. And I'm curious to know how much they've been able to practice. You know, Marcella just got a great new director's job in Connecticut. So that's fantastic that, you know, she's got that. She was at the Patterson Club for a while with Liz Cruz. And they did an awesome job over there.
What a team from El Salvador.
Right.
Great pros.
They played on the Fed Cup team as well, I believe, in tennis, correct?
I think so.
Incredible.
And Liz Cruz, couple-time national champ.
Add out.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Marcel. She's a wonderful woman. Yeah, there she got her paddle head up there. Took the heat from Zabori's forehand drive.
They just need to stay out here long enough to get their feet wet. I think that's going to be the missing piece here. Can they just be out here long enough to? They'll figure it out, but they need to stop that onslaught. There's that blitz again. They've been handling it well.
Well, and I think the thing is,
Deuce.
with the talent, with the offense that these, that Hanish and Zabori have from the baseline, Elliott really is going to have to spot her overheads just a little bit better, go for a little more depth, pick her spot just a little bit better, because you don't want a player like an Anna Zabori to get a lot of, she loves every touch she gets, every ball she gets to strike, she gets better and better in a point. But it's kind of hard to say, well, what do you do? Do you not hit to her and then you have to play Hanish?
Right.
Game.
I think those little serve misses are truly Anna's going to do her thing. She's going to beat you when she wants to because she's that good.
Hanish leads 5-1.
Give them those other errors. That's the real difference maker. Which is tough a lot. If you're coaching a lot, you don't get time to practice. It's not easy. But I think they're going to figure it out.
Yeah, so that's for Hanish. Serving right on the edge of the line, Mark.
Cutting it close. See the grip change?
Yep, right there. She moved it one way to hit the cutter, all the way over the other way to come over on the top of the ball.
Brings it forward, right, goes back past her. She's just creating movement with that shot. She's not trying to win outright. She's creating movement. And that's the hard thing for club players to
15
see.
love.
They just see that sort of one winner, right? They don't always see the combination of shots that made the person miss. That's important to watch.
Right, and the other thing, these players are so talented and cover so much court that if they do hit back and forth, it doesn't really phase them. They get to make an athletic move to the ball on the next shot. Where club level players, for a large part, that just is their automatic breakdown when they switch sides.
What was your game style when you played, Patty? You were a steady player?
I tried to be steady. I tried to get the last point, Mark. I didn't care about anything else.
I love it. Who was the more Anna Zabori type player of your era?
30 love.
So
No, 15 all.
Early on, when I came into the game, Robin Fulton just used to bang the ball and hits all sorts of different shots. And people said, "Oh, it's Gabby and Roxy. They had the hard roller and stuff." But Fulton hit that shot. Vienna area, one of the greatest teams of all time, million national titles. Sue had that athletic
15-30.
style. I feel like Zabori's racket skills might be really
15-40.
superior to
Yeah.
just her ability to adjust with her grips and execute shots. Really at the top of the game, I think, that I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Is it all coming in better now or no?
She'll probably have a more Johan type, progression in the game where she's going to win doing a lot of these things for a while. But at some point, even him now, you see him slowing down, playing a little, more conservative, but still doing his thing when it's the right time. I feel like she's going to have a similar type progression.
Right, and I think what's so fun about watching her play is that, her joy of the game.
2 serving, 5
and she really wants to have fun all the time.
Hainish leads.
But I think to pull out some of those amazing matches, you don't worry about having as much fun in the key moments. And I think that's the discipline that she'll get playing with Hainish.
For sure.
Because
I can see that.
I think when you have 12 choices on every shot, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to choose.
In that crunch time, on that key point, you know, you only can have 2 choices right in that moment. Like, you've got to filter those 9 other shots that you can make on a Tuesday morning that it would be tough to execute. You know, a big time tournament in a semi or final to get through against a top team.
FYM bomb. No, love 15.
So we're at 5-2, as you could hear from our. Is our umpire cold, do you think, or just subdued here in this? In watching this match.
He's very mellow. He might have had a couple of covers and some wings earlier.
I think he liked that hipster beer.
Love 40. This is going down fast.
Oh, and we've got another commentator out there.
There we go. He's just telling it how it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is straight talk right here.
That's a set.
On Pro Flight Paddle, where even the umpire.
6-2 Hainish.
Just letting you know.
Okay, so we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We'll be back in 2 minutes from Aronimink Golf Club.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
At Veritext, it's not just a deposition. It's the witness that will win your trial. It's the reason you became a lawyer. It's your first case as a partner. It's that case that will make you partner. It's for the families who lost something. It's for that groundbreaking patent. It's for one of the largest companies in the world, or one of the smallest. It's something that will change someone's life forever. At Veritext,
So we're back from Aronimink Golf Club. Patty Hogan alongside Mark Innes.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. This is our premier women's matchup here, and it's Floor Hainish. Some people say Hainish, some people say Hainish.
Some people just say floor tennis.
I say just call her Floor. You can't confuse it.
She told me from her Instagram. Some people don't know her name. They just throw it in there. But she actually has a great.
I missed the first point.
A great Instagram content where she gives daily tips for tennis, paddle. It's floor tennis.
Floor tennis. She does a great job with her videos.
To get the score back.
I think the most followers of any paddle player out there.
Do you think it's because of her husband Martin Bosham's great camera work?
I think he has a lot to do with it.
Instrumental. He's currently behind us, so we had to stroke his ego a little bit. So what changes would you like to see now? When you're playing, Patty, you've lost this first set pretty convincingly. As the umpire said, it went down quickly.
Yeah, that set's gone.
So what do you do?
Delete. You just start now.
And in terms of strategic adjustments, what do you think?
Okay, so I think you're right about they just need to settle in.
Hard to do.
My stepson's calling. He must have heard of the shout-out we gave him.
There we go, Skip.
I hope he understands that I can't pick up his call right now.
That's it. I'm sure he'll forgive you on Thanksgiving.
Guard your ball!
Tough. This is where you try. This is where you try to figure out what do you do, right?
So this is where, you know, I say to my partner, okay, you know, we got this. Let's just now we start again. We have to build ourselves up again. We are the defending national champions, but we've got to prove it again to each other right now, 1 point at a time. And you know, Rodezno took a good, a good swing. She just mishit it.
And
Went
there-
off the top of her paddle. We've all done that.
But I feel like there's some players that
Head in.
there's some players that you need to just lob your way into it and be in there, and there's some players you have to swing, right?
Deuce.
Right, and I think, and you talked about it earlier in that Broderick Bostrom match, that you have a comfort zone within your own shots that you can draw from. That's why you've got to practice different styles of play, and it's hugely beneficial to play with a variety of partners. Like Bostrom played 7 different partners in tournaments last year. He learns a lot about every guy when he's playing against him and when he's playing alongside him.
I think that's probably a big reason for Greg McNerney's success. And Mick Doyle also speaks about his success coming from playing with a bunch of different people, having to play different roles, learning different things to do. It doesn't mean they always won, which is a tough place to be, but you become a better player overall.
Yeah, so they just, I think they'll settle down.
There you go. I like that positive move.
This is where I want the Pro Flight Breaker. I want this to go 15-13 third set.
There we go.
And it could.
That's kind of the beauty of the format, right? You don't, even if you get smoked in the first set, it's still anyone's game if you dig in there for the second. I feel like Marcel is a player that is more comfortable off those screens. So she can definitely be patient, start to look for some drives off the screens to help herself get into it. Macy's, so strong off the deck. I don't mind her taking cuts off the deck when it's the right time.
Right, and
There you go. There's something positive.
right, and the irony was
First game goes to Macy, leading 1-0.
Rodezno hit, a really short, not a great lob, but it almost didn't give Zabori any time to actually set herself up, and she failed to execute on that overhead. And there's a break. Now it's 1-love, and Elliott Rodezno, the way they see this match, they're up in the only set that matters right now.
You would hope so. I hope they do see it that way.
I'm sure that's their attitude. They're totally positive women on the court, always handle themselves beautifully, and
Macy's got those hoops in. I love her. I love the hoops that she plays in. They draw a buzz for sure. Oh, that's tough when you're already down and you have that. It's not an easy place to be either when you're 6-2 up, though, Patty.
No.
Right? You want an easy set. Sometimes you can drift off mentally.
Love 15.
That's also not the easiest place to be, to stay disciplined when you're actually up.
Yep, and I think they're probably a little surprised by the lack of competitiveness from Rodezno and Elliott in that first set. I think they thought it would have been a battle, but now they're adjusting down their lights. The players were out earlier. They played in the Pro-Am. Sometimes that puts your timing off as a player because you can't hit the shots that you can hit against the other pros out here, and you're playing customer paddle, and you're
15 all.
you're out there to make sure the club members here have success and can make the next shot and make the next shot. So you end up changing your
15
shots
all.
and your timing a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what happened too.
I like it.
Elliott and
Reaching for something.
Rodezno.
I love it.
30-15.
True or false?
Give it to me.
2026.
2026.
Just 6 years from now.
Okay.
True or false? The PGA Championship is going to be held here.
Hey, I hope that's true.
30 all.
Tell me it's true, Patty.
Oh, it's true again.
Oh, yes, please. Can we have a pro flight event around a similar time?
Oh, I hope so. That would be
All right.
quite
Where's
remarkable.
JC? Let's get JC on that.
You're liking that seat. I mean, I don't know if Dave
I'm-
Broderick was going to give it up,
I'm
but
loving this seat.
I mean, you're a contender
They're
here.
treating me so well. They
You
got
are
the
a contender
Le
with that
Cabra.
blazer.
They gave me a Le Cabra, a VIP tag.
They gave you a
Definitely
discount on that
treating
beer?
me like royalty.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, she tried to leave
Ah.
it. She tried to leave it.
The foot wedge.
The old foot wedge.
Yeah, and that's to your point. She knows when she can't make a play on the ball, and it just happened to
Very
hit her
disciplined player.
in the foot.
I think that's one of the big reasons for her success is she knows what she does well and she just sticks to it. she's such a disciplined player. I've got to play lately quite a few exhibitions at camps and that with her, and she just has her things that she does so well, and she keeps adding to them, but she's so disciplined to stick with it. There must have been something good on the other court over there with that cheer.
I think JC must have hit a great shot.
Game 2-0, Macy.
So
there we go.
our umpire, I mean, I feel like our umpire's really getting into the second set.
He sounds positive. He might need another Le Cabra.
Yeah, game.
I think we should give him a six-pack right now.
Give him the six-pack. It must have been that scolding that you gave him.
Well, I didn't really give him a scolding. I just ran out and mentioned that he was live.
There we go.
15 love.
Hey, so
but I don't mind that positivity from Macy, right? They got 2 games early. It's a good place to be. She's got to get her offense going, because she is the offense at the back there.
Yeah, and it's a different match. All of a sudden, they're up 2-0.
Absolutely.
And that's what, for all the club level players, you can't let it phase you. The score, you have to figure out, when it's not going your way.
30 love.
That you have to dig deep, believe in yourself, that you've got to try something else or just slow down play. And to your point, maybe my style was to lob, to get into it, or I don't know what's the shot mark that triggers your confidence. If what shot do you need to hit when you play? Like, I always felt like if I stuck a volley, sometimes that could change. And it was insignificant to anybody watching, but to me, maybe it was like, that was pure, and it just kind of gets you going.
I love it, and such a mental game. You need those things that get you going when you're down. We see the switch at the net. Macy's going to take over on the overheads a little more. I like that roll from Marcella as well. She's very steady in that position.
Yep, and we said she didn't make too many grip changes, and so she's proving us that she can make some grip changes. Rolled over the ball. Mark, isn't it amazing how people who are amazing paddle players sometimes are camera shy?
Who are we talking about here? Who's the shy guy? I'll tell you if they're shy or not.
Well, I feel like Vince Broderick is ready to step up the plate, as is
Vince is always ready.
Johan duRandt.
40-15.
Johan duRandt, one thing I can tell you is he's not shy. He hasn't had any beers today, so maybe that is why he's shy. But in general, definitely not shy. There was a controversial question about Johan duRandt on the Inside the Wires Instagram. They were questioning if he was foot faulting, and I saw those big size 15 feet over
serving,
the line.
Well, one serving, 2
I did
heinous.
See a little
No.
picture
2-1
that
Macy's back
might
serving.
have
2-1
shown
Macy
a
serving.
foot fault.
I think we should get him out of the game. Johan duRandt, everybody.
There we go. How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you, sir?
Oh, no complaints. This is going pretty quick.
That's what the umpire said.
The umpires.
But Macy and Marcella were 2-love up. They just lost that game, but I think they took a couple positive cuts in there.
Oh, there we go. 2-1 the others. I read the score wrong. That's good.
So you actually might be one of those players, Johan. When you're down, what gets you going?
15 love.
Are you more of a, I have to take a couple cuts and find my way, even if I miss? Or are you more of a slow down, Steven talk me off the ledge? What kind of sparks you if you're actually down?
That's a good question.
Yeah, but I'm full of them.
No, I think for me it's mostly I gotta have a plan. I feel like I watched just a little bit of Macy and Marcella for the first set, and it's like they're just playing, but there's no real game plan, if you know what I mean. It's just like hitting balls a little bit. And Marcella's a little bit more experienced, I'm assuming. Macy's an awesome player, but it's tough that first time. If you've done well, it's the same thing I said it before. I feel like the pressure's all on her, and she's trying to play maybe a little bit more aggressive than she should, instead of just play the basics and let the game come to you a little bit. And I think that helps me if I can turn it around. But normally when I'm down, it's hard to turn it around, because it's hard to really slow yourself down and get mentally in the game. But yeah, a couple quick points helps, and then hopefully having a game plan. If you're just hitting balls, it doesn't really it doesn't really come back, I guess.
When you yourself are down, do you feel like it's often strategic, or just you're not making them? You're not executing?
For me, it's normally I play too fast. You know, I just do stupid things.
15-0.
Game plan, then I kind of stick the game plan. It keeps me more controlled, you know. But if I just go out there and hit balls and I don't really have a game plan, then I normally mess around. So preparation, a lot of it, I guess, which I'm getting better at, but never very good at preparing. But anyway, so if I prepare well, then I have a plan. It goes a lot easier for me.
Your boy Stephen Mitchell's definitely getting you more into preparing, right?
You know, it's always some guy that can speak to you and you somewhat listen to him. You know, so he's a nice enough guy that I'll listen to him. I can't get mad at him. But no, he's awesome. He's got a good attitude too. If I play with him and we're struggling, he's always positive. You know, he always tries to pick me up. Sometimes we all go through these lulls up and down. You know, so I think we do a good job of when he's struggling, I get a little bit more energetic, and when I'm struggling, he seems like he's into it. And if a guy cares, then you want to play for the guy. You know, if a guy's just kind of moping around, it's hard to play for him.
That was what, I don't know if you saw any of the match with Chris and Felipe, but they dug pretty deep, and they're ex-college teammates.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, I think that goes a long way when you want to play for the other person.
Huge, big, very important. But I didn't see much of their match, but it looked like they had a good long match here. But definitely, if you don't,
40-30.
I wouldn't say respect, but it's more, you just gotta like the guy and be into it, you know, and want him to win too. Then it makes a big difference.
You like that FYM by Macy?
I missed it. I was answering your question.
He's answering all these questions.
You're looking at
Stop asking me questions so I can focus on the game.
Yeah, really. And that first question was so long that Johan had to follow that. I was wondering when it was going to end, Mark. Hey,
next time I'm going to say come again after that question.
How was your first time playing with Mark Powers?
Deuce.
That was good. It's you know, you got to play a little bit together, and we haven't really. If we play a longer, slower match, it'll be way better for us to figure it out. You know, we played kind of fast, especially me there, and we got away with it. So that's not really ideal for a match when you're playing guys like Broderick and Bostrom next, who are obviously solid. But hey, you know, if we start a little more slow and kind of get the feel for it, then we'll play better as a team. We didn't play badly; it was fun, but you know, it's not going to work the way we just played.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that. One of the things that's so promising, Johan, is for Boston.
Deuce.
You know, you're the host of what we hope will be the national championships in March, and you've put in a ton of work. And I'm kind of glad that Aronimink could put all the safety precautions in place and pull off this event.
Yeah.
And I know you guys in Massachusetts, everyone's wearing masks, even on the court when they're playing, and really hopeful you get to pull this off this year.
Yeah, no, I think I am hopeful too. You know, I don't watch too much news or read too many papers, but I think hopefully by that time it must be slowing down, or we're going to be in real trouble. So it's kind of not good that it's peaking now, but for paddle it's good maybe, because hopefully by then it would slow down and would at least happen. But hey, it'll be a knockdown event. There won't be many spectators, I don't think, but because I don't think it'll be allowed. But hopefully we'll have some freedom and have the event. That's at this point, having any event's awesome. You know, this is awesome just to have it and be able to come here.
And I love that you were being innovative and offering up the opportunity to put the courts in the bubble. And I was really looking forward to that. I've long thought that if we could cover some of these courts and guarantee that snow and rain can't impact the tournament, you know, I was really looking forward to that.
I think it would have been awesome. Very, very cool. And just so you know, it wasn't really my idea. It was one of my pros, so I can stop taking credit for it. His name's Bruno Santarelli, Brazilian. Brazilian initiative came up with that one,
well,
and then I just pushed it along. So no, it was awesome idea, and I didn't think that building was big enough. But when we started looking at it, it will be a little tighter with the spectators. But hey, that's better vibe, you know. So I think that'll be awesome if we eventually can have one like that. But we'll see what happens.
Another positive game there. They're up 3-1.
There we go. Maybe they're gonna start putting some together. But I feel like Zabor is a little bit like that too, you know, when she plays somewhat like if she's ahead, she does a lot of shots that she probably doesn't need to do, you know.
Do you see a
Not
bit
that
of
I can,
yourself in her?
that's what I wanted to say, but I didn't want to go that far. But I think that's letting the other ones in. But that's how the game changes, you know. They settle down and they start getting a little more of a plan, and the game changes very quickly. It's happened to me tons.
Shout out to the crew in Boston, Genius Chizikwe and Maya Mashonga, Stephen Mitchell. Hopefully they're going to be tuning in tonight to watch their fellow Southern African Johan duRandt try and win the first pro flight title of the season.
This is true. I don't think I've ever won one of these. So there's a lot of pressure
15.
tonight.
There you go.
Yeah, Genius and Admire. Me, Steve, Genius and Admire, just trying to figure out how we can play weekly and have a fire pit, because that's the only way we're gonna, you know, get away from COVID a little bit. So if we can all say we're gonna play, the wives will give in. You know, if I just say it doesn't work.
It has to be a team effort.
Exactly.
There you go.
Safety in numbers.
I love it. Do your two boys ever come and wife come and ever watch you play paddle?
Yeah, they came for nationals, which is pretty cool, you know. But
do your
now
boys
it gets
know
hard.
what a stud their dad is?
You know, how the hell couldn't they, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they walk past each other all day.
No, they're clueless. They're clueless. They have no idea.
I've been to his house.
Firstly, I'm not a stud, and secondly, they have no
cabinet
clue.
all over
No.
all of his accomplishments.
Yeah, my baby daddy, poopy daddy, that's what I get. You know? Whatever I do, that's my name.
Is there a time, Johan, that you ever choose to lob the return of serve? Or do you feel like, serious question, do you ever feel like you just go, it's your shot, so you're going to go for it regardless?
I probably do that normally when I'm teaching some ladies, you know. I'm trying to get... I'm just kidding. No.
Did you say when you're teaching some of the guys at your club?
No, like if I do the beginner lessons, I do that. We don't have the beginner guys don't come to me. It's mostly the ladies that come. But no, I'm just kidding. We don't really.
Well,
lobs
I'm sure they're
for me.
thankful that you don't pummel the reserve.
But
he's a pummeler, Paddy.
He's a pummeler.
Yeah, if it was the APTA network, you know, I couldn't really say that, you know, but I can joke around a little bit, yeah.
Exactly.
But I think you know, some people have you know, when people serve too hard and too big, it's not worth the risk anymore. You know, you feel like you can't take the pace off, and if you hit it hard, they play it off the screen. So at some point, it is sometimes worth lobbing a few, and maybe they slow down the serve, or maybe using the screen. And then they slow down the serve a little bit, and you can drive it again. So because if they hit it hard and it comes off the screen, you got counter attack. You know, so I think if someone serves really big, I do it. Or if I start feeling like I'm not going to make it and I need an important point, you know, I'm gonna lob a few. But generally, if I'm feeling good, I'm probably going to drive most of it. But yeah, there's definitely times where it's good to lob.
Macy keeps going back and forth between the flat push serve and then going for that serve.
Yeah. But see, all those things are the same kind of thing. It's hard now to experiment with in the match. You're gonna pick one and do it. You know, I've done the same thing, but you're gonna either go overhand or flat. But all those things look like in the beginning. And hey, I saw 5 minutes I was eating and talking, so I didn't really pay that much attention. But I think there was a lot of cut overheads, a lot of stuff that doesn't seem like their game. You know, it's experimenting. You know, and hey, this is if they're playing to experiment, that's fine, but that's not probably going to get the job done. You probably want to experiment in your practices, but hey, I've experimented in the matches too, but ideally if you want to win, it's probably not going to be a good idea.
We're seeing that I formation, yeah. This is something Florentino really likes to do, to force the transition, trying to get them to take the bait and come in and hope that Anna can stick the volley past them.
Yeah, it works. I don't like that play. The I formation thing, I've never been a big fan, but hey, can work.
Too physically taxing?
I think it's easy to neutralize it. And at net, it's hard. You got to, if one's back maybe, but it's pretty easy to neutralize if you start just aiming your drives and the net person stretches a little bit. But it could work if you want the people to be at net instead of being back. But hey, there's other reasons. There's good reasons to do it too. So for a variation, it's good, but I don't like it as a rule. For a couple points or so, that makes sense. But as a strategy for an extended period of time, it's probably not a good idea.
So more of a change up just to...
Yeah, any variation is always good, but But those things are too complicated as a rule, I think.
Would you say variety is the spice of life?
I have the end of my thing went dead there. There could be a lot of answers there. Yeah, but
they've clearly got the strategy that they're going to pick on Florentina.
Yeah, but it looks better now. It doesn't look
like
like
they have
so
a plan,
yeah,
right?
exactly. It's a little bit more of a strategy, so it'll get the hang of it. I think also in the beginning, if you hit too many of the hard overheads,
point,
you
love
speed up the
15.
game too much. You know, you want to hit a couple slower ones, and then you can speed it up. But that's the variation, right? Instead of just going the same pace.
That's a heck of a serve.
Good serve, but if she's comfortable with it, great. If it's gonna miss, it's probably not worth going that big. It's a great serve, but hey, but I like them trying to start serving more aggressive a little bit. You know, I think more and more of the ladies are serving more
15
aggressive,
off.
which is it's evolving a little bit. I think the soft serve is not really. Underhand is okay, but soft dumpy serve is kind of. People drive the ball too big now to get away with that consistently, and that's the problem. There we go. It doesn't look like she's confident in that one yet, so I feel like she's going to lose too many points that way. But easy from here, right?
That's right. There we go. They go back.
Yeah.
And a volley's so good,
never
right?
miss from here.
Exactly, yeah.
So yeah, they're picking
And
on.
she hits it so low there, it's almost like an underhand serve, you know. So, and the no pace works, and if they can't get it through, you just do that.
30 all.
And now, Johan, you speak a lot about, as right-handed players, you should pick predominantly on the ad court unless there's a specific reason, right? So they obviously have chosen now to pick on the deuce court. And that's the more awkward side for right-handed players, right?
I think so.
Just limited overheads, limited angles, have to play further back.
But
I think there's both, and we I don't know, I'm so used to playing the ad side that it's hard to attack the deuce side if that person, they can make it uncomfortable for you, and you can win a lot of points that way too. I've done it a lot to play the deuce side, but it seems to the person on the left, if you played the deuce side, you're always stretching and taking too much risk if they start driving you. I feel like you're always stretching and making volleys you shouldn't, and
It seems
hard
like
to
you're
keep
beating
it
them for patience when you've been playing.
Yeah, but
which
you
is also
still
fine.
You can do it the deuce side, but you're running so much. You know, if they dink and lob cross court, it's all. Every strategy, there's something that can work against it. Sometimes the deuce people then just lob one way. You know, if you start mixing the lobs up and move it around, then you get both people out of position. It's kind of hard to cover the drive.
Let's see if they go back here.
Oh, yeah, it might have been out. Yeah. There we go.
As you said, they have a strategy now. It's looking good,
yeah,
buddy.
definitely looks better. But Florin Zabor is also starting to play a little more conservative now. Again, not so wild.
See,
Good
that's
match.
interesting where Floor just drops back. Like, I don't see a reason for
Yeah.
it. And
She's trying to force that transition. Again, I don't know that they have to because, Anna's overheads are so good.
well, they dominated. They just
Yeah.
handled it in the first set. There was no problem.
Yeah, I think the reason that Mason and Marcelo were able to come back with a couple loose errors, right? There wasn't a need for strategic change.
It could also be that that Floor and them are going to feel like they're going to win more points at the back,
30-40.
Which could be a reason for doing that. So they're doing it kind of to lose the net, but not just give it up completely,
Do you ever do that?
Not so
30-40.
much, but hey, guys, I've done
30-40.
it. I've done it. Where especially if early season, if you haven't played much and you're kind of out of position at net and you can't control that, and you don't feel comfortable at net, then it's not a bad idea to do it, And I feel like these, when Macy and Marcella start having a good strategy at net, and Macy doesn't hit too many of those hard overheads, because those always lead to more opportunities, then I feel like they are actually really good at the net and tough to get off the net, and that's what they did super well at Nationals. I felt like they were positioned so well, and they didn't play, they hit the hard overhead, but selectively. As soon as they start doing it too much and there's too many holes to cover, and then they start losing points, they start losing confidence. But I think at Nationals, and I didn't watch much obviously, but I saw them positioning was phenomenal. There was way better, softer, controlled overhead, so you kind of frustrate the baseline team because they can't win points, and then they start panicking, and then points start rolling in.
And it doesn't look like Florentina can hurt them as much as she just
Head out.
does.
Yeah, but
from
there's,
the deuce court, right? That's a return of serve.
There's the same thing, good return, but if you get your position right, and I had 4 in volleys too, but that's if I'm really struggling. I hit the forehand volleys when I'm winning. I don't really do it so much when I'm losing, because then I know I'm losing. I'm going to lose control. You know,
Game,
but if I'm
Hainish.
like that previous point where Marcelo hit the forehand,
Hainish serving
if they get in
2-4.
great position, they start trusting each other, then they're gonna lock those down a little bit better. Although it was a great spot for the drive.
They're definitely looking more in sync, right?
Oh,
Paddy?
definitely. A little bit more into it. A little juices flow, and sometimes it's kind of hard to get going.
15 love.
4-2. Uh-huh.
Nationals, Philly, I'll never forget watching you play that final against in the finals. And the game just kind of changed from that moment on. I remember you and your cute little bulldog down in Philly.
Flexum.
Yeah, old guy's still going.
So then to your dominant performance last year at Nationals, how have you changed as a player?
15
Because
all.
I think people look at you and they're like, well, he was always awesome.
Yeah, I think
But I think you did change a lot as a
15 all.
player.
I don't know how to answer this without sounding the wrong way, but I think then I felt like in the beginning, I mean, I was trying to figure out the game and, hit lower overheads and, not do so much crazy stuff and not lose to guys that I think I have better skill than, because I lost to a lot of them, and I was just buying into the game, like they say, and starting to see the court, like Jerry and all those people say. So I think those things help. As soon as I got more patient, I think that made a big difference. But I think also in that Nationals, a lot of people have said it, and if you think about it, I felt like I could against a lot of the players, I could control the game by myself mostly. And Jerry was obviously an awesome partner for me to slow me down and kind of
15-30.
he helped me a lot, because he didn't make mistakes. So then I didn't want to make mistakes. So I think that helped, but I could still control a lot more of the court. I think the big difference now is if you don't play as a team, you can't beat two people on the other side, and that doesn't mean I beat them. It just felt more like I could control the game. Now it's not going to happen anymore. The guys are all young, fast, strong, spin, whatever. You can't cover the whole court anymore. And I don't. Firstly, I can't, and secondly, I don't want to run that much anymore. So it's not realistic to do that. People are too patient and too good off the screens, I think. So I think that's made a big difference. But to me, always I say the game hasn't changed much. But I don't mean it's always depth and with
15,
players and
40.
power and spin and all these things, but you know what, the angles never really change, so however you play it, the game is still the game, but that's what I mean when I say I don't think it changed so much. Everybody means speed and all that stuff, but I guess game evolves and equipment, but really the angles stay the same, so you still got to follow pretty much the basics to some extent.
What would you do against this permanent eye?
5-2 Macy.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Johan. We know you have to get ready for your match. What did you just ask? I lost you for 1 second,
I was
Mark.
saying, Jan, what would you do anything? How do you play against that permanent eye? What's your strategic adjustment if someone does that against you?
But I think if someone does that, I'm going to probably try and get a good lob up first, and then I'm going to just try drive to the alleys a little bit, not hard, just place them. I don't have to hit a winner. I just need them to stretch once or twice and hit a short one, and then they're a target, and I can move the other person on the baseline. Or if I get it through with not too much pace, then I can follow it in behind, or my partner can follow it in, and then I can take advantage of the other net person. So it's more not trying to get aggressive and hit the ball so hard, but just pick spots. Even if I pick the wrong spot, if they get it, I'll be okay. But as soon as you start panicking and hitting it hard because they're doing that, and you feel like you want to power through them, it goes wrong. But that person's always in danger if you get the ball through, because she's out of position, and it leads to you getting a better opportunity to be aggressive.
Okay, Johan, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to the finals, and you
yes.
and Mark Towers. Thanks for joining us.
Awesome.
Are you going to be having a couple of Cabras later?
Couple of what?
Le Cabras?
Oh,
Don't know what that is, but it
sponsor.
sounds like I will, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I have a feeling you will.
All right, good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Pam.
15 all.
Thank you.
Paddy, I'm really impressed with Macy and Marcella's tenacity and the way that they stuck in there and just hung around. And they made adjustments. They clearly came up with a game plan, made an adjustment, and they're seeing the fruits of that.
And I'm not surprised. That's why I said we were getting a pro flight breaker.
30-15.
That's how much I regard them and their ability to adjust in matches. And I just think, you know, Floor and Anna started off really hot and just got that early surge. And Rodezno and Elliott won the Nationals last year for a reason, because they figured out how to get through matches. And it's not always pretty, Mark.
Absolutely.
Set Macy, 6-2.
Just Macy won that set.
So Macy single-handedly, like Johan said,
sets,
you
obviously.
can't single-handedly win a match anymore.
Marcella as well. Beautiful.
So the umpire deemed that Macy won that by herself.
He calls it.
And so he's in charge, so we can't really argue.
So now if
So we're gonna take a quick break between. You know what? I don't think we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna go to a pro flight breaker right now. First to 15.
oh, we're playing it out.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
At Veritext, it's not just a deposition. It's the witness that will win your trial. It's the reason you became a lawyer. It's your first case as a partner. It's that case that will make you partner. It's for the families who lost something. It's for that groundbreaking patent. It's for one of the largest companies in the world, or one of the smallest. It's something that will change someone's life forever. At Veritext, it's never just a deposition. We understand it's so much more.
All right, we are back, and I'm excited to tell you, Patty, that you are wrong, because we are going to be playing a full third set, so the action is on. Big thank you to our sponsors, Veritext Legal Solutions and PPAC Wealth Management. So there's going to be a third set.
There's going to be a third set. No pro flight breaker on this one.
I'm excited.
I'm happy to know that, because this is such great play, and you can see now, you know, Elliott and Rodezno, or Elliott, as our umpire said, single-handedly won that second set. I think Marcella had a lot to do with it.
I think so too.
And to Johan's point, you know, you got to work as a team. You got to grind these things out. You just find a way. And sometimes it's just eliminating some of the errors you made in the first set. And I mean, if you're a betting person right now, who's your money on? Do you have money on you?
I have some money, so we might have to bet. I think Florentina and Anna are going to figure it out. I think Anna came out a little sloppy in the second set, and it's hard to turn it on and off, you know. Even when you're that talented of a player, it's very hard to turn it off, turn it on, and go back. But I think once a set you know, there's a new set starting, you sort of reset your mind, then I think you can go back to what you were doing well. So I'm going to say that Florentina and Anna figure it out.
I'll be curious to see what adjustments Floor makes. She's a master strategist out here, and you know, they definitely went to her more in the second set. And, you know, my point earlier about Zabori, she's dependent on needing some consecutive shots, and she just has such a wide array of choices, and she loves hitting a ton of shots within a point. Freezing her out on a 65-degree night is actually, a pretty good strategy because you can get her playing flat-footed paddle. And then I think Floor is she's great at adjusting to strategies.
30-15.
So, there's no doubt that they'll throw out another adjustment here. And, Floor does like to blitz. She's shown it a couple times. Macy's gotten the ball when she's hit the overhead at her feet. Kind of negated Floor's blitz, but I'll look for that a little bit here.
No, absolutely. I think because they won the first set so easily that you sort of move away from playing, as you said, the basics of paddle, right? Playing long points, playing patient points, and breaking your opponent down. They went for a couple, 2 quick ones. So I think if they get back to playing what they do well and still making the player move, they're going to find their success again. Patty, do we have another guest?
I mean,
stop it with the surprises.
I only let national champions in our booth here tonight during Pro Flight Paddle, and
who we have? Tell us.
All right, I'll give you a couple clues.
Tell me. Give me the description.
National champ.
Okay.
A finalist. Yale, #1 singles.
Oh, it's coming together.
4 straight years.
Is he a junior national champion?
Plays typically with a guy from Quinnipiac College.
Okay.
A lefty.
Give me one more.
Oh my gosh, he's got the power.
Spark power!
Oh, you got him, Mark. And speaking, we already gave you a shout out. Junior national champ. What year was it, Mark? Do you remember?
Drew actually just asked me the other day. He told me the other day.
2005?
2005. Yep.
He told you when it was?
Who do you think told him?
You.
So your partner?
Eric Delia.
Eric Delia.
Who is my my junior tennis partner actually growing up.
Does Eric still play paddle?
He does a bit, yeah.
Nice.
He's up north. I think he's in New Hampshire right now. But he's been in Massachusetts, or actually he was in Maine right now. But
shout out to Eric Delia.
Absolutely.
Former junior national champion.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me on, guys.
Absolutely.
Some pretty exciting paddle here.
You've been sitting back there watching a little bit of this.
Yep.
What are your thoughts if you've won a first set comfortably, you've lost the second by sort of fault of your own? What do you do differently?
Well, I think they need to play their pace again. It looked a little bit like they cruised. It looked like.
That's a good point.
It looked like
40-30.
Looked like they were in control of the first set, playing their tempo, and their opponents just started playing slower, trying to get their rhythm a bit, and it almost forced them to try to close the match out a bit, which I think they just sped up a little bit and started making a few loose errors, but they also they got rhythm. This is a game of momentum, and anything can happen. Things can turn on a dime.
That backhand of Macy's is one of the strongest shots in the game. It is incredible. I've heard you speak a lot, Mark, about sticking to your game, even through misses. If it's a shot, if it's shots that you really feel are shots that you own and you can make consistently. What's the mindset with that? You're missing, but what are you thinking about? How do you stick with it?
Listen, at the end of the day, when you're playing these matches, it's not the time to start questioning your abilities and your game style. And obviously, I think it's really important to adapt to the match, but you certainly don't want to fall in the trap of playing your opponent's style. You always want to feel comfortable. You've put in the work. You've played tons of these matches, and you can't start questioning your game in the middle of a battle. So for me, I just try to slow it down a little bit, pump the brakes on maybe I like hitting the balls close to as hard as I can, and I'll dial it back to 75%, just try to find some rhythm and hopefully get some momentum back. And that's always the way I've been.
That's that shot off the screens, Patty, that I said. Marcela looks very comfortable driving off the screens, and I think that's where, when she's not playing well, that's where her spark can come from. Lobbing well, but finding offense off the screens.
We speak about Mark Powers, how when you're out there and if you are struggling during play, how just having whatever your shot is that gives you the mental confidence again. And certain players, maybe it's a forehand drive, maybe it's their two-handed backhand. You know, sometimes for me, I used to feel like it was a volley, because volleys make a difference in the match.
Oh, no question.
And it's nothing glamorous, but you've got to get the job done with volleys. What is it for you? What if you feel like you're struggling a little bit? What do you need? Do you need a? Look, this is not company secrets here. You know, we're on live stream.
No, not at all.
And this is the thing. Everyone, talks openly about what they need to do.
For me, it's controlling the pace of the point. So if I feel like I'm being sped up, or I'm pushing the action a bit too much, playing a little too aggressive, making a few too many loose errors, I just try to slow it down and feel like when the ball's on my paddle, I'm controlling the speed of play. Whether it's
Did you say my paddle?
Sorry, keep going.
No, but it's one of those things where if I feel like we're playing too slow, I may start throwing up a few lower lobs, trying to get them to maybe press with offense, look for offense that way. If I feel like the action's too quick, I try to slow it down. I throw up a higher lob. Maybe at times, I like to look for offense as much as I can, but if it's not working, maybe I pump the brakes and play a longer point just to change the kind of the feel of the match. If I feel like the pace is not suiting my partner and I. So typically just trying to get comfortable. It's really just feeling like you're not out of your comfort zone in a given point or match. So
is there something that John does to sort of get you off the ledge, or vice versa?
Yeah, I like to think that John and I, especially John, he just gets so many balls back. He's so athletic. So I feel like, when we're off our game, or if we're not playing offensively all that well, we just kind of sit back and say, listen, we should be able to get a lot of balls back. Let's sit back, let's pump the brakes on the offense a little bit, and let's just grind. Let's just, let's get every ball back. Let's be kind of a wall out here and see if they can force errors, and hopefully we can sit out here as long as we can and kind of grind out some points. But when you play with a guy like John, he's all over the place.
Shout out to John.
He gets to every single ball. He digs out the ball as well as anybody. So I certainly know that if the ball is going by us at net, I know he'll dive on the court and he'll scratch himself up to get any ball. He puts his body on the line in every tournament. So
that he does.
Yeah,
Shout
he
out
goes
to
down.
John.
Oh my
if
God.
there's no blood from
There's
John.
no blood that it's not a turn. No, it's not.
Game.
So hey,
Marcelo
Mark,
Macy.
I have a question. We're just
Marcelo
listening
Macy
to our
lead
umpire.
2-0.
Who are we talking to? Mark Powers?
Yeah, Mark. We're talking to Mark Powers here, and Mark Powers, I want to know something. So you play with John Hughes, 99% of the tournaments you've played last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Huge, great success. You're always playing the left side of the court because you're switching, and John goes to your right. How is it playing with Johan? Where you have another righty.
I was telling Johan on the way down here. I was like, I can't remember the last tournament I've played with a righty. I'm used to walking out of the court on the left side, not the right side. So it's a little different.
Right, and
when
that's
they're
what I
hitting
was curious about.
No,
not from the baseline, because I thought you guys would be incredibly, from the baseline. But I thought at the net, it might be a little funky.
It is a little different, because even when I'm not playing with John, the guys I've played with tournaments in the past with, I've played with Drew, played Long Island last year with Drew, so that was pretty seamless in the sense of playing with another lefty who has got a great overhead.
15-0.
And then I've played with Mick a bunch in the P-Cup match, so I really I do
right.
feel a little bit fish out of water over there, but it's going well.
And did you call some switches out there with Johan?
We called a bunch of switches.
Right.
I want him hitting the overheads. So
he said he wants you hitting the overheads.
Yeah, I know.
Did Dan Englander tell you that strategy?
Of course he did. Shout out to Dan.
How's our buddy Dan doing?
Oh, he's doing great.
15.
He's doing great. We've been working together for a year and a half, and he's a great guy. It's been really good. So.
Do you have some corporate meetings on the court?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a unique open space work environment.
Yeah.
Patty, what would you say that Marcella and Macy have done so well to just completely switch the momentum?
Keep the ball in play. Like they just switched their strategy. They started off going to Zabori early in the match. Now they threw it over to Floor, and then they just found their comfort zone. And now they look totally confident, just calm, and moving a little bit better, as Johan pointed out.
And I think their positioning at the net, as he was saying, is like if you see when they're hitting to Floor or when the ball goes over to Anna, they are really in their positions every time. And I think that's been the struggle for Florentina and Anna to hit their drive through them. They just have been in position every single time.
You know,
I love that play.
Quite honestly, Mark, I'm glad you're watching because I've just been listening to Mark and Johan talk, and I'm fascinated.
Yeah, you got these dreamy guys around you.
I just love listening to these guys talk, and I love learning paddle, and you know, these guys are the game's best, so we all learn constantly.
I drove up here with them for 2 hours. I'm sick of them. I've heard all this nonsense before.
So what do you guys think has to change for the momentum to kind of neutralize here?
That's what we keep talking about. Like, what's going to get them the spark, right?
I think Zabori taking over on some overheads. I'd like to see her, like,
doing some stuff.
Yeah, just doing some stuff,
regardless of miss or not.
Yeah, and I mean, I think she loves to open up the court. She loves to pull the players in. I mean, she loves to make it like that head-on. You know, the slowing down part, I think, is less loved by Zabori than by Hanisch.
Are there certain errors that Mark, when you're down or trying to come back, that you're just okay with because it's something that you feel is going to claw you back?
In what sense?
Is there, like, you're okay missing a certain drive because you know, like...
Absolutely.
And for you, what is there a specific shot or something of that nature?
Yeah, you know, I like to think that I try to take relatively calculated risks out there, and you know, at the end of the day, I have to trust my forehand out there. And if I have a high forehand, I'm going to hit it. It doesn't matter if I miss the last 8.
I love that.
It's something that, again, you don't start questioning your game in the middle of a tournament, and you know, you've been there before. Everyone's had cold streaks, but at the end of the day, you know, you should be able to rely on your shots when you need them, and that's definitely the way I am with my forehand.
I love that you said that twice now. You don't question your game in the middle of a tournament. That's such a key thing in just competing, right?
Yep.
So I got to ask, did you question yourselves last year, semis nationals? You're frustrated with that loss?
Yeah, you know, they played great. It was a really well played match by them.
Who are we talking about, Mark Bowers? In case people don't know,
oh yeah,
we bounced the amazing team of Hughes
of course. My current partner for this event, Johan, and his partner Stephen Mitchell,
the current national champs.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, are you thinking of hitting a couple stray overheads at him just to shake him up for future tournaments?
Hey, I think what Mark
even though he's on your own side, I think it's a good plan. Play the long game, yeah.
You know, the last thing I want to do is heat Johan up on the court.
Anger the beast.
Because that ball's going to come back faster at me the next time. So you pick your battles.
You don't want to hit some short lobs on purpose, Mark Bowers?
No.
I like a little spark there from Anna. She's getting a little passionate there. That's I think something she needs to get her going. Marcella and Macy are just playing so solid right now.
Yep.
But positive, right? Solid paddle, but they're still making their moves, still going for their shots. It's really, really good to see.
Is the score right, Mark Innes?
No. I believe it's 2-1.
So I think it's 2-1 because of Floor's move there on the blitz, and we talked about that earlier, and I said that's what makes Floor the player she is in the game, that, you know, at that moment of truth I see she's always willing to risk, and it's usually the combination of a lob and a blitz for Floor that really gets her kind of ignited here offensively.
I like how they're talking. You see a lot of communication there. That's, you know, you need to sort of talk your partner off the ledge sometimes.
2-1.
See that positive movement? They're bouncing around.
Yep.
That's, I mean, if you're down, that's sort of things you have to force, right? You got to force the movement. You got to really try to bring yourself out of it.
Well, again, you know, like I said earlier, it really is such a game of momentum, and momentum really can shift just like that. And you put a few good points together where you feel like your game plan is starting to click, and you guys are starting to make you guys are moving at the ball well. You guys are taking the right cuts at the ball, and very easy for the momentum to shift right back.
And on that same note, it's probably important to say, you know, not taking the wrong cuts at the ball.
Yep.
I think that can frustrate yourself and your partner just endlessly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important that you and your partner know your game, as you've said, and even if they miss, you tell them, hey, that's what we're trying to do. Keep going at it.
at the end of the day, if you lose a match, but you're going for the right shots at the right times, the shots that you know that you can make, you can't play your best every time, but you can control smart play. You can live with a loss when you're, maybe not playing your best, but you know that you went for the right balls at the right time. So.
Look at this positioning. They just, every time they move to where they need to be, sliding back over that center line. And the deuce court for, again, right-handed players is such a tough place to stay in position, but every time they're calling, they're making the move.
I'd love to see Zabori actually move in and blitz. Floor's doing a good job of lobbing cross-court, backing Rodezno up past, around the service line, and Rodezno doesn't bring a heavy overhead.
Nope.
So I think that would be a move for Zabori.
Yeah. That point was actually really well executed by Floor. Every overhead they hit was behind the service line there. They're lobbing really well.
And she's been doing that,
Yep.
but they've been so clinical of making volleys, coming back into position.
But I think that's where Zabori, out of the ad court, the moment she puts some pressure and makes a move in, she'll make Rodezno have to, speed up play, and that
it'll force more pressure on that overhead too, because they're moving back and hitting the soft push up the middle. If you get more movement.
That's an awesome lob.
Yeah, it's
there
really
she's
good.
coming forward a little bit, Patty.
Yep.
She maybe heard you. It might even be, a couple of the Cabras could get her going forward there. And back to position. That's the one Johan was saying he doesn't love. But what does Johan know?
Yeah, really.
3-1 Mason.
Four-time national
Come
champ. What
on.
does he know?
Awesome shots.
Something who knows a lot about pro flight paddle is Ron Cummins. He's out in Colorado. He's chiming in. He's loving the action. He thinks this is high caliber women's play. He's thrilled we're able to showcase this. Shout out to you, Drew. Your buddy Ron. We got to get Ron to be a commentator remotely from Colorado.
Remote Ron?
Totally.
Bring him in. Bring him in the mix. Do you feel like there's one more momentum swing in this?
No. I don't.
Like it.
Do you, Mark? Mark Powers, do you? I don't want to put you on the spot, Mark.
No, I really, it's tough. I do like that they're talking in between points, and it really just takes a few points for them to get back. If they can get this back to 4-2,
right?
And then they've got, they're both great returners. Oh, but that's just a massive forehand. They're starting to really feel it.
They're just looking very comfortable. They took a set, now they're just looking like a team again.
I feel like Zabori's out of match, but that's the pressure I'm talking about. Like, she's got to create the havoc because she's got the hands that actually can respond to, those short little quick exchanges. Like, that's what seems to fuel her as a player.
Yep. And they're all such great volleyers that they're not going to miss a standard volley unless there is that kind of pressure. Everyone's hitting really good deep overheads. It's very hard to create a ton of offense with these overheads that are landing, 2 feet from the baseline. And so it's kind of tough to force these teams to miss kind of standard volleys. But if you have Zabori, creating that pressure by moving in, it's just a lot tougher to execute that volley with that kind of pressure.
This is very impressive, the mental toughness of Macy and Marcella.
Absolutely.
Being 6-2 down,
yep.
You're national champion, so pressure's on you, and you bring it back like this, and now you're 4-1 up. That's not easy when you're not playing well. That's that don't question your game that Mark Powers is talking about.
15-40.
That is just rock solid. For players with so many options, they don't look like they have a lot of options right now. That's very interesting to see.
Yep.
Macy and Marcella have just completely neutralized them.
I would say that's a little bit of a mindset shift, though. I mean, you watched the first set, and it looked like Zabori and Floor were just.
It's like they could do anything, right?
Yeah, but it was also like try to beat us. We're going to play steady. We're going to hit the right offensive balls. But what are you going to do to win points against us? And then that's completely shifted, almost the opposite way. Now the other team is saying, what are you going to throw at us to win these points? We're going to play steady. We're going to take the right cuts at the right ball. How are you going to win points? And it looks like, you know, they're trying to force the action a bit right now. But it seems like the mindset just shifted a bit.
It's a fine line, right?
It is.
Walk that line. We just got word from Bernard Skuman from CCD. He says Macy needs to hurry up and win so that, oh my God, that's wow. So that she can come back and teach a couple hours.
She's got an 8 o'clock lesson tomorrow morning.
Macy is one of the hardest working pros you've ever seen. In the summer, she was consistently doing 60 hours on court. Paddle, she's incredible pro. And her teaching is lights out, unreal.
How are we doing on the score?
So how are we doing with the score, Mark Innes and Mark Powers? I mean,
is that 4-1? No.
But as long as
4-1.
Whoever's serving there, it's super easy that way.
So you put the dot down when they start serving?
Do you think Macy hits it harder than Martin Bostrom?
So they're now serving.
It's a similar backhand.
Closer.
It's a similar backhand.
Super easy.
I'd like to get the speed gun out on that. Martin says definitely harder.
So Macy's gone back to that real low toss, that kind of push serve, keep the ball down.
That's a good positive return.
Yeah.
Love 15.
Floor loved it.
Mark, are you generally a better player when you're in front, or because you guys are just consistently, you'll win from behind often? Is that what's the sort of mindset switch, or where do you guys like to be?
I mean, I prefer to ride momentum. I like getting off to a quick start, but you know, again, I can't stress enough that things can change so quickly. You know, if you have a really good first set and your opponents are playing poorly, if they pick it up at all, it's really tough to adapt to that. Because you feel like you're steamrolling them. All of a sudden, they're not making the same mistakes. You know, they're grinding a bit more, challenging you, and then you start. You know, your upper set, and you're like, well, we want to close this out, and that's a horrible shift in mindset. Because then you start forcing balls instead of playing the exact same style you played to win the first set. But yeah, I mean, listen, these matches are never over.
That's what you guys always prove. Atlantic Classic, what were you three match points down against Louis Volclair and George Wilkinson?
Something like that, yeah.
Crept back.
Yeah.
I heard that was an incredible match.
It was a great match. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
The consumption of Le Cabre definitely went up after Louis and George lost.
First point, 5 love, Danish.
So 4-1, they let a quick game slip. That was 40 love. You have something on the tip of your tongue, Patty.
I just, I said I didn't think I was going to see another momentum switch. That's how much confidence I have in Elliott and Rodezno. But, that's why they play. It can change on a dime, like Mark Powers said.
It seems like the big takeaway is just don't question your game, right? If this is your game and you need to make some adjustments, sure, but they're looking very positive out there.
And one shot ago they won the point off that low ball up the middle. Club members have to remember you can throw that ball. If everybody's playing well, throw that ball up the middle and make a decision, and it worked. Kind of opened up the court maybe for the next shot from Floor when she pulled off that little nice forehand drop shot.
Yep.
With paddle head below the level of the net. Not how you see it being effective at times, but she pulled it off.
Oh, that's a great
There we
move.
go. That's the signature.
Oh, and she just sneaks in.
Yeah, that's her
After
lob
such a
blitz.
good lob by Marcella.
That must be game, Hanish.
So as our commentator on the sideline said, that must be game.
He's coming to life a little bit.
He is. So, Mark Parrish, thank you so much for taking a little time.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys.
And good luck. We can't wait for the final.
Should be fun. Thanks.
Thank you, Marky Mark.
Love.
This is a big game to either stop momentum or it's all tied up.
You might get your Pro Flight breaker after all, Patty.
Well, there you go.
You might get
Would
it.
they play a Pro Flight breaker at 6-all? No, I don't want a
True
Pro
or
Flight.
false? No. Regular.
Yeah, that's right. False.
Wow. That's, I think, a interesting thing for club players to take. How do you find your forehand or your backhand drive when you've been missing it? Florentina was missing consistently, and she's clearly bringing it back. And Anna.
Well, I think as Mark Powers said, you know, you don't go away. You know, if you took a good swing and you just didn't execute, maybe, you know, you got to aim just a little bit higher. You just take a little tiny bit of the risk out of your shot.
40, I think.
He's sounding sure of it. Solid volley. Just still paddle, soft, deep, and straight.
Yeah, you think about the errors in the first set from Rodezno and Elliott versus now, like they're playing so pure, just clean battle.
They just weren't comfortable, but they're looking solid now. Oh. Good talking.
At the conclusion of this, Mark, we'll go off the air, just quick 1 or 2 minute break, and then we'll come back with the men's final.
You mean I have time for another Le Cabra?
You do.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe 2.
Now we're talking. Great talking. Tricky to tell that that's going in. It's sort of that off pace,
30,
a lot of
40.
topspin on it. Not easy to tell.
But I always think you play the score at 30-all, key point, third set, you play that volley.
I like
think
that.
it's bold to let it go at this point in the match.
I like that.
Because they're the ones clawing their way back, and everything's a routine volley for her.
That's such a good leave by Macy. That is not easy to leave when someone's crushing the ball at you and you just stay low and cover yourself. That is a huge leave.
Yep. Again, the lob blitz combination.
Oh, what a get. Oh.
Yep. Great cover.
So that's obviously becoming a factor in the play now, that lob to blitz. What's the counter, Patty?
What would you do, Mark?
I would hopefully my partner's going to yell that they're coming, and so I can hit the ball harder.
And that's exactly right. It's like she's coming, and maybe you have to let you know, it's hard to not engage in that moment, but you're right. You got to call it out for your partner.
So it's eyes forward. There you go. I love her roller. Right at the player, makes them move to the side, and runs away from them.
Mark, I have another play for you.
Talk to me.
I feel like when someone's really lobbing well, and you know what Hanish is, she loves the lob blitz. There are times on purpose I'll just forego taking the ball out of the air when I'm 3/4 depth, and you know, just let the ball go by and bounce it and give up the net. Like instead of engaging in the cat and mouse, which right now Hanish is winning. You know, don't let her engage. Don't hit that first ball. She kind of suckers you into hitting a real off-balance overhead from closer to the baseline than to the net.
Absolutely. I guess that's sort of reading the momentum, right? When it's going their way, can you not engage in it? And when it's not going their way, keep playing how it is. Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Ah, there we had it.
Oh, no. Oh.
The highlight reel right there.
That's going to get her. That might be her spark. You spoke about a volley. She's got, hers is behind the back volley, Patty.
Right.
Little different spark, but similar concept.
that was
incredible.
crazy.
And at this stage, what would you give to have those abilities, Patty? Oh,
I'll
my
take any
goodness.
of those 3
Right?
shots she just hit.
Anyone, give it to me. That's good talking by Macy. That play can't beat you consistently. You got to keep talking.
And I still hold with Zabori. If she gets consecutive shots, that's to her strength. She loves that combination. And she moves it around. She's not someone who's going to stick at the, you know, hit 3 of the same overheads anywhere, ever. I've never seen her hit the same overhead.
This club players should be watching the positioning of Macy and Marcella. To that deuce court, that is probably the #1 question that we get about positioning. They get so confused to that deuce court, but they are just clinical in moving out of position to hit the shots they need to, and then coming back. It's incredible.
Well, a lot of club level players don't have the ability to back up for the overhead, and they don't have the variety, so when they play that close in, if they're the player to the left, it leaves them real vulnerable. So
Absolutely.
I think this is situational, and high level players have the ability to actually adjust the diagonal much more than most players in the sport, I think.
But even them, they're not playing so diagonal. They're playing pretty pretty
Right,
in
but
line with
they're
each
playing
other.
the person to the left way up close, and then that's where
I don't
floor is
think
kind
so.
of.
I think they're playing a bit further off, like compared to how they would in the ad court. I agree they're playing a little closer than a club player should.
Yeah,
But I
that's
think
all.
they're playing further than they would on the ad court. For that
But I
end
mean, you
player.
see the diagonal into each corner more so than with some other teams. Is all I'm saying. I'll show you what I mean when it happens again, Mark. And it's Macy and Marcel I'm talking about. I'm not talking
Correct.
about
Yeah.
Flor and,
No, but yeah, we see that diagonal
and
for sure.
Anna. Maria.
Game.
That was the
5-3
momentum one.
Macy.
So again, Macy really
5-3 Macy.
singles, as the umpire is
Macy.
calling it.
Everybody.
It's a team sport still, and Macy is playing with Marcella.
He might be asking her out for dinner afterwards. He's just trying to build the build the groundwork. I respect the game.
Love 15.
Oh.
It's good, Mark. You just
15
went
all.
to hair and makeup because we got the Pro Flight strobe lights on again here
Oh yeah.
in the beautiful paddle hut at Aronimink Golf Club
It's an awesome facility.
in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Pro Flight Live, Friday night under the lights.
$15.30.
Second loose error from Zabori in this game. Maybe feeling it a little bit, trying to force it a little bit.
And Macy and Marcella are just looking so steady. I think Johan talks about when you feel like you have to rush it or not have a plan. But I think Macy and Marcella are forcing that. They're just too steady.
Yeah, and if they pull this out, what a statement they're making. We don't know how many tournaments we're going to get in this year, but after Zabori and Hannah's just crushed and, Darian went through that Grand Prix tour, the first Grand Prix event.
15-40.
This is big for
Double match point.
Absolutely.
Marcel and Macy to come on strong. And as the umpire called out, this is double match point.
This is double match points for Macy.
For Macy only.
For Macy only.
Well, no matter the outcome, what a treat here for all these club members to see.
Oh, this is
the best in the women's and men's game out here on,
And he has that more staggered or closer positioning to the ad court that you're talking about. And they also do a good job when going to the deuce court of being further off the net, more in line with one another.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that
Yeah,
whole thing.
absolutely. No, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Right, where the lob came from the deuce court, but Anna has the straight ahead, was playing
Yeah.
off the net and handled the overhead versus having Floor reach over with a high backhand.
We're on the same page, Patty, you and I.
Totally, Mark, always. I don't think Dave Broderick and I were always on the same
Yeah.
page like you and I are.
He needed a couple more recovers.
Dave always got some visits from Uncle Tito, Mark.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Uncle Tito is a big favorite
He's,
of the announcing team on Pro Flight.
I think they need to become a sponsor.
True or false? I say it's true.
There you go.
This is a solid point. No one's taking crazy risks, but they're still being confident in their play. Macy moves out the way, comes back left. So they play a little closer than club players should probably play, right?
Say it again, sorry, I was listening.
They play a little closer to the net than club players should probably play.
Right, because they have the ability to anticipate and back up and have variety on their overheads.
But they're still more in line than if they were going to the ad court. There's that
collision there.
There's that, and that's just the limitation of picking on the deuce court, right? It's going to happen when you're two right-handed players. Keep it moving, don't panic, and
right.
As we were saying, club players sort of get caught up on that when you hit the wrong shot. Keep it moving.
Right, and you could hear you and Marcella backed off too.
Not the end of the world. Everyone does it. It's an awkward side to be.
Yeah, and Johan said that well, I thought. You know, it's just a little more difficult. You have to work harder when you're playing that deuce court. It's just riskier.
Don't give him too much credit. It's going to go to his head.
Ah.
Good talking. I love that. And you can see Florentina's looking for that blitz. She lobs so well, but they're volleying incredible.
Game, set,
and
match.
that is it. What a match.
So that's the match.
What a match.
6-3.
Big comeback there for Elliott and Rodezno.
Good match.
Elliott did not do it single-handedly. We will be right back for the men's final, right here from Aronimink Golf Club.
That was
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private, your legacy, our discipline.
At Veritext, it's not just a deposition. It's the witness that will win your trial. It's the reason you became a lawyer. It's your first case as a partner. It's that case that will make you partner. It's for the families who lost something. It's for that groundbreaking patent. It's for one of the largest companies in the world, or one of the smallest. It's something that will change someone's life forever. At Veritext, it's never just a deposition. We understand it's so much more.
which side was it?
No, just not.
Hey, no, man. What? So you have a headset?
It's this microphone. It's this microphone, and you're holding it the whole time. 15 love. 15 all. 30 30.
Really, no one came. Huh? No one came out to play with you? No. Like you didn't introduce the players?
No. No, it's low key.
Huh?
It's low key. I don't even call square up for them. You just tell them they're them from the
I guess.
Welcome back to Pro Flight Paddle. I'm Patty Hogan alongside a safe distance at Aronimink Golf Club.
Come on.
For the men's final, Mark Innes. We're a little jumpy here. I mean, the excitement is building here. We
The beers are arriving.
just had a great 3-set women's final, and we are treated to the hometown love from Philly's finest here, JC Cotto today. Is
Legend.
making sure that all goes well for us, keeping us well hydrated and fed here. Mark, who are we about to see in the men's final?
We have a fantastic shout out to the women's over here.
Here they are.
That was an incredible match. You're gonna see a couple shots on Sports Center for sure.
They are so shy, these women.
Yeah, clearly. But they're gonna have a couple of covers now. But we are about to see Drew Broderick playing with the Swedish sensation Martin Bostrom, so a Jersey team, and they're gonna be taking on two incredible players that are playing together for the first time in Johan duRandt and Mark Powers.
So I did hear from Ron Cummins from Colorado that he thinks duRandt, Powers, what an amazing team. So I'll be eager to watch them play. We didn't see their semi.
We didn't see them, and I mean those amazing teams on paper can not always be amazing in real life. So it's going to be an interesting thing. Either way, it's going to be a fantastic match, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Mark, going back one more time, a big shout out and thanks to the hospitality here at Aronimink. They kept everybody safe. Everyone's wearing masks.
Yeah, man.
The membership is out there, enjoyed a great pro-am, and just taking advantage of being able to watch the best players in the game. Really, really fun, and we'll cut to the action. I think the players have warmed up, and we're about to be underway for the men's final.
Absolutely, shout out to the whole crew at Aronimink Country Club. Here we go, players are stretching, they're coming up with their strategies. Did we see do you see a little kangaroo jump there?
Like, they haven't even started playing, they're doing something we can't do.
I might pull a knee there. Okay, so Johan's obviously serving first. You're gonna see his sidearm serve or underarm serve, however you want to call it.
duRandt to serve.
And they're right into it. Both players are sponsored by Fusion Sports, Patty.
Love 15.
They are. Great company.
Actually,
out of Ohio.
Yep, out of Cleveland. Shout out to Cleveland, Ohio. Shout out to Jody and the Fusion Sports crew.
Fusion does a great job, and they're an official sponsor for the APTA.
They sure are. They do a lot for the game, so shout out to them.
They do a lot for everyone. They're even helping me out. One of my efforts up in upstate New York, Jody's been doing a great job helping us maybe figure out some kind of an online pro shop.
Nice. How great are these graphics that the Pro Flight team has put together? Seeing the scores, seeing where the players are from, the running headlines at the bottom. It's fantastic.
I do love that, and great bang for the buck for sponsors.
30-15.
And
you know, these clubs we talk about, these pros give up a lot, and you know, you see Drew does a phenomenal job with the program, and it's grown leaps and bounds over at Canoe Country Club. Martin's at Plainfield Country Club, taking over for Guy Moore. We talked about that. Johan's up at the Country Club.
40,
and Mark
15.
is the only guy who's in the financial business, doesn't earn his living on court.
Although you wouldn't know by that cut backhand over winner that he just hit.
He does work for Dan Englander, and they do have some meetings, I think, on the paddle court out there.
Not a bad place to be.
On the island. Mark Guinness, shout out to Shannon Vincent. She used to be the tour director for APTA.
Hey, what's
this
up,
is the
Shannon?
first match she's been able to watch because, you know, it's everything Notre Dame football. It takes a priority over watching platform tennis. And
what?
Her son's the long snapper. Shannon's great. She put some posts. He got a good shout out in a game a couple of weeks ago.
What's up, Shannon? So as Johan was talking about, obviously more comfortable to go to the ad court for these two right-handed players. So in theory, this is a better matchup for them at keeping it at Drew. But we'll see how Martin comes across and picks some shots off. It's going to be interesting.
It will
He's
be
very dangerous in the middle with that big Macy Elliott-like backhand that he has.
Roderick to serve, 0 serving 1.
Hey, Mark, you know what's a great thing about Friday night paddle here under the lights at Aronimink Golf
Tell
Club?
me, Patty.
In Chatham, New Jersey, they're having a birthday. They're having a safe social distance outside little celebration for Katie Hobbs, who's one of the members over at Canoe Brook, and Liz Landy, who lives in Chatham, is giving us a shout out, and they're having a little bit of a minor celebration for Katie. Katie's a passionate, paddle player.
Are they busy watching?
They're loving it.
I love it.
They're having appropriate, safely distanced watching little birthday celebration. So happy birthday again to Katie Hobbs. And
These days you have to describe your celebrations like it's a curry. It's just a mild.
Exactly.
You have to keep putting them that way just so people know.
right, and I think there are only allowed to be 4 people at Katie's birthday party. I mean, I'd like to go to this woman's birthday party. Katie is a ball. So is Liz Landy, and it's a big Chatham contingent. And
30,
they get together
15.
every year, Mark, at Nationals, and we'll be on the live stream on the women's final, and they have a party around that. So
I love it.
Fingers crossed by March they can really have the whole crowd together.
Jersey knows how to do their paddle, that is for sure. We see the switch at the net, so they're having Johan take most of the overheads.
Mark, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Ron is out in Colorado. He couldn't hear me.
Oh, come on, Ron.
But
Turn the speakers up.
He's told me to. Yeah, Ron is getting a little older. Jody was happy that we just gave him a shout out. I was supposed to call him twice in the last week, Mark, but I just kind of got a little too busy during my day.
Wow.
Have a little catch-up call with Jody, but he's enjoying watching.
30 all.
This is going to be an extremely dangerous team at the net. Oh, there's that return.
Shout out to Nindy Pike. She writes the articles, big contributing editor for the Paddle magazine. She's enjoying the action.
What's up, Nindi? There's that backhand, that danger. That's the danger in the middle, but he's also going to give you misses, right? That's that riding the momentum.
30, 40.
I think we're going to have to come up with a way to communicate better in the future with handwriting, that any of us can read each other's handwriting here.
You can read those
We all scribble.
Powers to serve, 2 serving 0.
Strong start here by Powers duRandt. Somewhat as expected. That's good though, making them play tough volleys. They're really going to have to find a way to get Johan and Mark to move forward and back, Paddy. This is going to be tough if Johan can stay as comfortable as he is back there.
This would be a hard match not to bet on Team Fusion.
That's a great lob. But even that's hard. It makes him volley, but Johan is just too good of a volleyer for that to hurt him. There's that little error. Now let's see who they go for. They have the luxury of being able to pick on either side pretty comfortably as a lefty-righty team, as we mentioned earlier. I think Johan's taking a play out of Florentina's book with that lob to blitz.
Love 15.
That was really an incredible women's match that we saw there, Paddy. I mean, I was excited to see the turnaround there from Macy and Marcella. It just shows, as you said, why they are the national champions.
Yeah.
Just mentally ridiculously tough.
After their run last year, nothing surprises me. And that's why after the first set we talked about it and I said they just delete. That set doesn't even matter. They went up 1 love and they're from their vantage point they were winning that match at that point.
I love that point of view.
30-15.
Someone who really hopes we can hold the Nationals in Boston, Amin Kaduri's done an incredible job as CEO of the APTA. And he's a big part of the growth up there and bringing the Nationals to Boston. So
Shout out to Amin.
fingers crossed that we can pull everything off in March.
He's at Braeburn Country Club with the legend Stephen Mitchell, who just took over this year. Definitely going to elevate the paddle there to a new level.
Yeah, Amin's coming back. He had monster surgery on his knee. So he kind of picked a good year to do the surgery.
3 love. As we've been talking about, what's going to get that spark, right? How are they going to find that little chink in the armor?
It's serve 0
against these two, who knows if there is one. If anyone will figure it out, though, it is Drew Broderick.
Shout out to Mo Morrison and Midnight Paddle. Drew's sporting his t-shirt out there.
Machete.
Oh, yeah.
Hey! Maybe that's the spark.
I think Martin saw that coming.
15.
I'm going to have to ask Martin, what's your spark shot? It's an around the net pummeling.
Totally.
That was a pummeling.
Yeah, that drive from Johan, those guys simply let that ball go right through the middle rather than stick their paddle out and hit a short volley. That's what Johan wants them to do.
Now they settle into position. They're going to work him in the ad court. This is actually a dangerous spot where Johan gets to be the player close to net, because he's just known for those drop shots, right?
15 all.
He doesn't often get to be that player, so dangerous spot for him to be in.
And Drew got the look from the deuce court. I mean, I wonder if we'll see a little bit more of that to try to
30.
maybe just not be as predictable to Johan and Mark here.
You would hope so.
Mark Powers was interesting when he talked about the lobbing and how he changes his
30 all.
lobbing technique, and he'll lob short on purpose. But Mark's one of those guys who does really focus on the placement of his lobbing out there.
We can see when that ball's in the middle how Johan hangs off the net, anticipating that angle behind him. Really important for club players to see that positioning.
Got a little ooh and ah from the crowd there.
40-30.
Shannon Vincent's having so much fun listening to you, Mark.
Oh.
Maybe we could get her to travel again from Chicago.
Come on over,
Something
Shannon.
other than football.
We'll have a La Cabra.
True or false? Her son Michael is number 65 on Notre Dame's football team.
I'm going with true.
Exactly. Hate to
love this
throw you
game.
a curve at 10 o'clock at night, Mark.
I love this game. And that's probably one of those misses that
duRandt
Mark was
serve,
saying is okay
3
for him,
serving
right?
1.
It's a short ball. It's something he's good at making. He seems like he's okay with that miss.
Mark Powers overall seems okay with everything, I gotta say.
He's a pretty easygoing guy. So they're going to the deuce court, yeah.
Hey, played number 1 for Yale 4 straight years. Pretty cool accomplishment.
Absolutely.
I love watching Powers set up on that overhead, how he brings that elbow back. I mean, look at that shot. He got that ball to drop on a dime.
And his
Unfortunately, it was his side of the court.
His grip is very relaxed. That's how he gets all that work on it. He changes it, like you said. It's very relaxed.
How about that jump overhead? He just hit feather ball right inside the baseline.
Smooth. They're playing pretty well together for players that haven't played together before.
Yeah, I wasn't really worried about that. When
Yeah.
you have a national title after your name, if you're 4,
Love 30.
like Johan has done. Couple
Has
finals
Johan won the
besides.
mixed?
Johan has not won the mix.
Patty, why didn't you scoop him up? What are you waiting for?
You know, I feel like I could have a resurgence if I got him to play.
We get a couple of covers in him, and we get the paperwork signed tonight.
You know, but the problem is, Drew's asked me a couple times, and I haven't been able to pull the trigger.
Okay.
I said I just didn't know if I could play with someone whose hair was longer than mine.
The Tiger King.
The Tiger King. He's got a lot of fight in him.
15-30.
Drew was just on the Inside the Wires podcast. That was a good interview.
I heard he
with
did a
them.
great job.
Did you expect anything else from him?
No.
The smooth talking Bayonne boy.
I can't wait to listen to it. Those guys do a
30
great
all.
job, and I love Noah's Halloween costume. Did you see that?
I didn't see Noah's. What was Noah's?
Yeah, he had a button-down Oxford shirt.
Oh,
Really went out of his comfort zone.
that's him. See how he holds that? There's some of the rushing he was talking about.
30.
But I love how on his roller he holds it, right? You don't know if he's going to hit it hard. You don't know where he's going to hit it. He holds that paddle low and you just wait. That's one of the biggest strengths of Johan's. It's, you know, when you watch him, you see the flash and the speed and the power, but the way he is deceptive and the way he makes you feel when you're playing him, when you're just uncertain about everything, that's a tough place to be. It's like having a serial killer in the house, and you just don't know what's going to happen, Patty.
Well, I did hear. I mean, Drew has the utmost respect for Johan's game and called him the GOAT, the greatest of all time. And he's got so many weapons out here, and it'd be hard to argue against that.
But and to that same point, right? What makes Drew so great and what makes paddle so great is you can find a way to win, right? Regardless of skill set, regardless of what your strengths and weaknesses are, Drew has the same amount of national titles that Johan does, and that is truly, truly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, winners come in all shapes and sizes.
Absolutely.
And they find a way, and the stars have to align, and your teamwork's got to be there for you to execute and kind of find it and get it all to come together like it did for Macy Elliott and Rodezno last year at Nationals on the women's side. You just didn't see it coming.
Until you did.
They got it done.
Didn't see it coming until you did.
And, I wouldn't bet against them in the near future.
I like that.
Well, I think...
Who are some of the other hot teams in the women's game, in your opinion?
I think there's so many
Broderick to serve,
individually
one
talented
serving
players. I am a big fan of the Niculescu Cruz team.
Mm.
They've won a couple nationals, and they each had
Tough volley.
babies in the past year, and
15
this. So
love.
I mean, heading into the season, I thought it was going to be, really the most exciting women's year that we've had in terms of the number of teams actually who could go really deep at nationals.
Yeah. Patty, if this goes to a third set, do we have a pro flight breaker?
15 all.
I'm guessing we do not.
Okay.
Given that the
Is that
women
is it
played
true or
it
false?
out.
Is it a little true or false?
Yeah,
here?
don't ask me true and false, because
I'm not nice like you, and I don't
I am
feed you the
uncertain.
answer.
Yeah.
There's
Maybe
some good
Floor can
communication.
find out the answer to that question for us. If this goes third set, do they play it out? Thank you, Floor. Always a class act.
I want to know Florentina's spark shot.
We'll get her on the air, and we'll
We gotta get her, yeah,
we'll
once.
let her talk a little bit,
Absolutely.
and we're going to tell her not to listen to the replay and the pronunciation of her name out there. But she answers to anything. Hanish, Floor.
15, 30.
And look at that pressure. Drew,
This is scary.
15, 40.
you see that return of serve. Drew made a shoestring volley, and then, oh my lord, you look up and you see Johan.
Lurking.
30, 40.
Shout out to John Hughes and little Nikki Mazzarese. Dollar Bills told us to say hi to all you guys. Hopefully you're watching over here.
And Ron Cummins has one more remark for us, Mark Innes, and that's Yale #1 for 4 years. He said Broderick, UConn
My
Huskies
goodness.
#1 for 4 years. I didn't realize that.
Also didn't know that. That is Mark
5-1.
Power's third winner on that shot.
5 serving 1.
When's the first time you saw a backhand drop shot cutter?
The first time?
Yeah, who hit it?
The first time I saw it was when Juan Araya chopped me up with it.
You had a
I
personal
thought my
experience.
I thought my little flick of the screen was a good shot, and he showed me why it wasn't.
15, love.
Right, so you were so proud of your remarkable get off the back screen only to be have him
Built
hit.
up to break down.
Yeah.
As the previous
30
umpire
love.
would say, this is going downhill quickly.
You talk about front runners. How about Johan? You know, you think about it he's been out here since 2010. When he wins
Look
the
at
first
that.
set.
But I just don't know what would change here. They're looking so comfortable. How important do you feel this end of the set, still trying to find
I think it's
some
huge
chink in the
for
armor
Broderick
is,
and
right?
Bostrom. They got to find something. I think
Whether win or
Drew's-
lose, right, of the set.
Yeah, I think his short little lobbing stuff. I think these guys are. I think that's what he's got to do. I think he's got to air out some lobs, get some height, so when the ball's coming down, it just impacts these guys slightly. It's not like it makes it any more difficult for them. But I do think when you hit an overhead from the service line or back, there's more risk involved. And I just think if Drew and Martin don't get these guys playing beyond the service line, I don't see how they can change this.
I do know when Johan feels like he doesn't have to come forward, like you can see him hanging by that service
Yes.
line, he's going to be way too comfortable. The moment you can make him go forward and back, and you know Drew's tried those little
40
probing shots, but I think there has to be something more at his toes that either you're following in and you know, making him come forward, not in the sense that you're going to just beat him on that shot, but you can't leave him so comfortable back by that service line.
Yep, so set point here, up 5-1 for duRandt Powers. We're at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah.
I'm Patty Hogan alongside our brand new commentator, Mark Innes.
Hello, hello.
And that's the first set. I think we'll take a quick break, go to a commercial. We'll be right back for the second set of the final of Pro Flight Paddle.
First set, duRandt Powers 6-1. Bostrom to serve.
So that was a really fast first set, Mark Innes.
That was indeed similar to the women's match we just saw. Very one-sided, right?
15 love.
Aggressive team looking very comfortable. So, you know, let's see what the changes are. Maybe they take something out of Macy and Marcella's book in terms of buckling down, changing a little bit of strategy, and hanging in there. Volleying well.
15 all.
Shout out to Carrie Rabuse for winning her first Paddle Nationals
125 with Cynthia Dardis.
Boom, boom.
At Beacon Hill. Greg Morgan ran that event a couple of weeks ago.
There you go.
30,
Shout out to Monty Montalbano, now father.
Ah, that's
Incredible.
so great.
I like Drew being a little more assertive, yeah, with just calling, and he seems to get a little more energy. But then this is a dangerous time, right, where a team
40,
like Johan
15.
and Mark can be, if they let a couple games slip, as we said, it's hard to turn it back on. We saw that in the women's match. Let's see how this goes with you. It's a very crucial time for, oh my goodness, great hands. Crucial time for both teams.
You know Johan's feeling it when he pulls that shot off on you know, game point there and start off the second set.
You know he's feeling cocky when he does that.
Totally.
He'll say the same.
Totally.
Powers to serve, 0 serving 1.
Would Stephen Mitchell say something right then, Mark, or no?
Yes, but I can't say
you
it
can't
on
say
air.
it on air.
That said, Martin's coming to life. I like that.
I like the play.
Positive energy.
Love 15.
You know, your point about how deep Johan is playing and how comfortable he is playing deep is, it's just, it's like come to daddy right now.
Yeah.
He's just
15 all.
It looks like he's playing pickleball. He's parked in the kitchen.
That's a great observation.
He's gonna be scary when he plays that game as well. See, steps back.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to watch Powers. We talked about it. You know, he has played 7 points in the last couple of years from the right side of the court.
Yeah.
But
he's looking pretty comfortable. I don't think he's too upset about it.
no, I think he's taking it really well.
But you can see now Drew's trying to make him come forward. Obviously
30,
not
15.
executed and a bit sloppy, but he's seeing the need to make Johan have to come forward, right? He can't just beat him with a good lob and drive. It's not powerful enough right now.
And I don't think 20 lobs in a row is going to get it done either.
Absolutely. And that's what makes you a lot better, right? The ability to bring that player forward. We haven't seen too many points where they're at net and we're seeing their strategy. it'll be interesting to see.
You know, when Drew plays with Jared Palmer, he's had huge success, obviously. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Drop the hammer.
Oh my God, that was crazy spin overhead from Powers right there.
Would you say that's a pummeling?
Oh,
Was that a pummeling?
He just made Martin feel silly right there.
Yeah. That might be the spark. He's just planted there. Look at that. 2 steps, comes back 1.
Right, he takes 1 step and can cover the ball behind him. What a gift.
40-30.
Must be good to be 6'3".
Absolutely.
You know, and the Powers overhead.
He's been doing that a lot lately, where he just lets it hang a little
Sorry,
bit
man.
behind him, and you just don't know where it's going to spin. It takes a funny bounce.
Well, and I think the success of Powers and Hughes the last couple of years, and certainly in their run when they won the title, was because of the improvement of John's overhead. He's got that kick overhead slash, and they've gone to it a lot. And in watching last year's Nationals, you know, I kept thinking to myself, Powers has to get more touches on the overheads. He's got to, like, I think that
Love
fuels
15.
him a little bit. But it's hard to say he shouldn't yield to John Hughes.
They were actually talking about that on the car ride up. He actually has like some issues with elbow and shoulder and that, and that's why John started taking some more overheads, and he actually just became excellent at the overheads, right? So there's that little level of why they do it. But John's overheads have been great, and now they have the luxury of being able to kind of have either one go for it.
Yeah,
but I do think when he's doing those, getting those touches, like you said, he's looking way more comfortable.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with this COVID year where people are playing fewer tournaments, that's probably to the advantage of a team, Hughes and Powers, with Mark having the little bit of the arm issues. You know, not pounding and hitting a trillion going into Marsh Nationals probably, you know, works to his advantage.
Absolutely. Take that back to Boston. That was heard in the crowd there. I like that.
40.
Crowd's getting a little rowdy. They want to see 3 sets, Patty.
Well, I mean, the crowd is just sad that they're pros, JC and, you know, TC. They're done. They played a match out there for 3rd place. And unfortunately, the host pros didn't pull that match out.
And
But
I can see why this team of duRandt and Powers is looking tough as nails.
well, I mean, all these guys are the game's best, and that's the, you know, we talked about.
duRandt to serve, 2 serving 1.
We have some roving commentating going on now at Aronimink. And that's good. We welcome all commentators.
Absolutely.
But I mean, that's the difference, you know. JC and Thomas Christian, their team on the rise, and you know they have an opportunity to come out here and compete against the game's best. And you
It's
know
so
they
helpful.
knew going in that the odds of them pulling out a match here or a set that was gonna be a tall task. But they benefit so much from having the opportunity to play a couple sets against these guys.
Absolutely. Just seeing the different spins, seeing those, you know, those how they play, the pace. It's hugely beneficial.
Shout out to Blake Anderson. I think Blake was so impressed by the
15
speed that
love.
Bostrom showed on that around the post shot, the highlight of this match so far for Martin.
Martin Atlantic Classic had a great line when someone was surprised that he got a shot. He said, "I'm fat fast." He said, "Don't worry, I'm fast, but I'm fat fast."
We were talking about the one and only Dan Englander. He's watching the stream, Mark Innes.
I love it. Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
Oh, that was wide.
Dan, we were talking about your board meetings that you hold on your
15
paddle
all.
courts. Mark Powers is a fan of your open workspace.
Way to keep everyone safe in your company.
And everyone is him and Mark?
Everyone. Everyone.
Do you have a match in your memory, Patty, where you were in the position of
Wait,
Drew and
speaking
Mark?
of Dan Englander, I do have a match in my memory.
Oh.
Played on Dan's court at his house with Dave Broderick. Lost it 7-6. Played one set against Dan Englander and Mark Fischel.
15.
You
30.
lost to those guys?
I don't really want to talk about the key missed volley from one of our team on my side of the net on the crucial point.
Diamond Dave?
Yeah, I thought Diamond Dave gave it to him. I thought that he was.
There might have been some
you know,
money.
I thought he was throwing it to Dan as our host.
Some money exchanged hands.
I thought he was just being a nice guy.
But have you ever been in this position of Drew and Martin in a match in your memory? Where it's just clearly one-sided, another team has the edge.
Yeah, I've had a few of those.
Was there something you were able to do?
You know, there's always something you can do, Mark. I always think you change the strategy. You have to slow down the game. You have to, you know, I think slowing down the game is the way that people get themselves into matches.
Okay.
And I think we saw it with the women's finals. But, you know, I'm not sure, but I know someone who knows for sure. And that's Floor Hanisch.
Another guest
joining us on the live
Come
stream.
on.
Another national champion. Like
Come
we said, we
on.
only pull on national champions on our live stream.
I like it.
Miss
Special here.
Florentina.
Floor, welcome.
Thank you.
You guys started out so strong in that final.
I know.
Bostrom to serve.
What
2
happened?
all.
I think it was because the umpire kept saying your name wrong. That would have rocked me if they were calling me Patty Hoogan. But it didn't seem to phase you. You handled it well.
No, that was not it. I think it was just a couple of bad mistakes at the beginning of the second set, and then they just turned into more solid, which was the same team that I played the finals nationals last year. The lobs are so deep, so it's hard to create too much movement. Their positioning at the net is so good, so it's hard to find holes.
Their positioning was very good. I think you're right. That first 2 games of that second set were crucial in them feeling like, oh, we can come back, right?
Yes.
That was a big moment there, and it's hard to turn it on and off. Oh, there's your husband.
Let's go.
And Floor, if you had 1 point back in those first 2 games, what would it have been?
Say that again.
Could you have picked a spot early in those first 2 games where you felt like you let them off the hook? Because I did kind of feel like you had your, you know, the foot on the gas.
Yes.
And then
Love
there was
15.
just a little bit, I don't know if it was like an energy level or whatever, and all of a sudden they picked it up.
Exactly.
And then
I actually don't know. Usually I'm very aware of what's going on and paying attention to moments and momentum shift. And I don't remember exactly how the score went or anything like that.
well, it was the first game, and I said to
second
Mark
set.
Innes, you know, he said, what do you think they're thinking right now? And I said, they're thinking they're up in this match. They're up 1-love second set. And I thought they were playing a Pro Flight Super Breaker. I didn't think they were playing it. You guys were playing it out. I wasn't positive about that, but they just got that first game, and then everything changed.
Everything changed. They got more solid. They stopped making mistakes, and I lost all my confidence on my drives. I
You
don't
brought
know.
it back though.
30.
In that
You
that
did.
third set,
I
you
did
got
not.
You were
No,
able
you
to make
did
more
toward
drives.
the end of the third
But
set.
it was tentative. I could tell that I wasn't driving fully. I couldn't place it as well what I wanted. So and again, I think it's because their positioning is so good. So then you start trying to go for a little bit more. And there was one game that I think I missed 4 drives, which is rare. I would just start lobbing.
Right, you get 4 missed drives in a match usually.
I feel like they're like Chinese water torture, just tapping. Boop, boop. Until I start going for some silly shots. No, all credit to them. Definitely think, like you said, a couple of points here and there on the second set that made the
15,
difference.
40.
We might have an issue here if Martin loses, because whoever has the worst loss between him and I usually is the one who gets to drink. And then the other has to drive. Right now, I think we're going to sleep here because everybody's going to start drinking. We're not driving home.
That's it. Well, Johan, myself, and Mark Powers are staying down the road at the Hilton. So
Okay,
we
there we go.
planned ahead.
We might meet you guys
we
there.
knew what was happening.
So what's going on over
What would
here?
you tell Martin at this stage? Martin and Drew. Like, what do you do in this situation?
Powers to serve, 3 serving 2.
I haven't watched that much. I just started watching a little bit the end of the first set. It's not easy. There's so much power coming out the other side, both from the net and the baseline. But definitely got to move the lobs around. And then I'll try when driving, always driving more down the line behind Johan. He's always looking for the middle volleys. But
they're obviously trying to play Martin with who has more offense in that ad court now.
I mean, when's the last time you saw Drew play over in that deuce court? It's kind of fun, though.
Absolutely.
There you
and
go. And they got to change it up. They got to try everything. Throw in the kitchen sink.
Love 15.
His drives from the ad court just were, Johan was able to stay back at the set service line too easily. So they need to do something different to sort of force him to come
Love
forward, right?
30.
And then Drew can roam around in that deuce court, pick off shots, lob and probe like he does.
How about that volley from Johan? He just stuck his paddle out. I mean, that was a great return right off his right hip, and he just, just
treated it
stiff-armed
like it's
it.
no problem. I do like this formation, yeah. And you can see how the players just know that that right-handed spin's going to go towards that ad court player.
Yeah, you didn't
Stays
see
calm.
Drew chase it for 1
Nope,
second.
Stays calm. This is what I think they have to do. I like the strategic change. They're playing patient, but Martin's obviously more aggressive and can hurt them a little bit.
I still say if you get them past the service line, it can change everything.
yes,
The short lobs just
they create so much spin, right? Then you're just surviving. You can't actually create any strategy. That's one of the things I thought Marcela did so well. I felt like
Roderick
we
is
barely
served.
Oh, her
any
lobs are
overhead.
ridiculous.
And she didn't miss
Serving
any lobs
3.
either.
no, she didn't.
Come on,
She's
are
so
couple has to
steady.
go out. Yes.
What? Tell me about the permanent eye. I know you like that transition game. Do you, in hindsight, do you think it's a good thing or a
15,
bad thing?
love.
So we haven't practiced much. I usually am the one up at the net. But the main reason why we did is because we felt like they were so solid at the baseline. Marcela was lobbing so well that we're like, well, maybe we don't even want the net anymore. Let's play from the back. And the permanent eye allows Anna to hit the wrong overheads, let's say, since I'm behind her.
More aggressive,
So
right?
she can be more aggressive at FOMs, nick, drop shots, and then we don't have to worry so much if they can drive off that. I think if we have more time to practice, I think it's something we're gonna try to use it more often.
Johan's comment was he likes
30
it as like a
love.
change-up, not a perm,
But
like
I
not
agree.
like a.
Just a couple points.
Yeah,
and then
because
get back to it.
I felt that when you guys did it and then just like drop back right in that moment of the match, I wasn't thinking it made
40
total
love.
sense.
Got it.
But you're playing, I'm not. I'm sitting here.
It's very easy from behind
It's
the
so
camera.
easy from right here. Mark and I have tried the I formation. We played Australian here. We've thrown everything out tonight.
There we go.
And just like that, they're in the lead, right? Simple strategic change. They switched Martin over to the ad court. He's got a little more firepower from the deck. So now, you had Johan give a couple errors that he was making earlier.
And this is a remarkable turnaround.
3
And
serving 4.
the same thing happened in the women's, and this is the you cannot accept. You get your butt kicked in the first set. You've got to
get
make
one.
changes. You've got to make adjustments. And Mark Powers
Boston,
was
give me
saying,
one.
you don't question your strategy mid-tournament, but I do believe if you get your butt kicked in the first set, you've got to change something.
Definitely need the plan A, B, and C, right? And
over there.
Florentina, what's your shot, or when you're down, what kind of gives you a spark when you need it? Is there a specific shot or something that you like? Is it just I need to play long points? Is it I need to be aggressive and
Can I
even if
answer
I miss?
for
Yes,
Flor?
you're gonna answer well. I know.
Okay, I've never been to Brazil, but I'm going to answer for Flor.
duRandt to serve,
Because
3
I
serving
watch
4.
her and I watch the movement that she creates off of her lob and then the blitz and that movement, and she welcomes that kind of exchange. And, you know, I was saying it's almost like if I got lobbed that deep by you, I would almost let the ball bounce on purpose because I'm in a no-win situation on the next shot. And I always say you're in an elite group among the women because I do see that you have a willingness to be bold at those moments in the match where it's there for the taking and someone's got to dictate the outcome of the match. And you're phenomenal at recognizing that moment and recognizing that. And I mean, you seem to feed off it from up the line. You know, I also think
you're 100% right.
Even
Love and blitz.
cross
That's
court,
my
Best athlete out here.
I would almost love to see Anna have been involved in that as well. I felt like they got so set. And I said to Mark at one point, you know,
3
Flor's
serving
getting
4.
those lobs up, and wouldn't it be fun to just send Anna up there on a flyer through? I mean, you're used to being the closer, but now with her over there in that ad court.
Yes. No, absolutely.
Her
And she
racket
did mention,
skills.
should I go a couple? And I was like, yes, go.
Yeah. Send her. Send her
Send
FedEx. Put the FedEx delivery out.
We
And-
ride.
Because that would put so much pressure on them right in.
Absolutely. I think the main reason why I love that play is
Oh.
because so good.
What a volley.
I love that backhand drive though. That's him in the ad court. That's going to bring
15
the
love.
offense. I think that's a fantastic switch.
But he had to go up the line.
They were looking for the
Because
drive in
Johann's
the middle.
looking
Oh,
to
yeah,
your
I mean,
point. You
that,
both said
that
it.
last one, he should have to do many things. I mean, the backhand before that set up that short ball.
Yep.
The last one, he could have done many different things.
But just finishing up,
30
the reason why I like so much the lob and blitz is because either I win it or I'm in it. So it's a play that I'm going to win the point, or if they hit it past me, usually you're still in the point. So I don't feel like it's a win or lose
Not a
situation.
risk.
Yeah, it doesn't feel risky to me.
I
So
like
even though you guys say, oh, it's on the big point, she's doing it, I still feel a pretty safe play.
I win it or I'm in it. I like it.
I like it.
Jervia.
You got hit on the foot by one of the overheads.
Yes, that's true.
But we were commenting on how you're so disciplined that you'll let the ball that's
Yeah,
below
you
the
did a
level
good
of the
job
net
of
go
that.
through and just let your partner throw up a lob off the play.
What? You like that play or not, Valentina?
Maybe it was a little too
I
much
like
of
it
a
if he
reach. It's
makes
so, like you said,
it.
it's so easy to say from over here. But I do like when he looks for that backhand.
But he hits it so hard, he doesn't need to take that one, right?
I agree 100% with you. You're already driving downwards, right?
He's. That's like players that don't hit that hard off the deck need to take that time, that early one. When he does, he hits it so hard, he doesn't need to really
Bostrom
risk
to
it.
serve, 4
Just give the
serving
guys
4.
a chance of going back and get it again, right?
Yeah, I love that play.
Down the line.
So we're at 4-all, third set, a second set, Pro Flight Paddle Final. We're at Aronimink Golf Club. Patty Hogan alongside Mark Innes and Flor Hanisch. Flor, what's your next event?
Long Island Grand Prix.
So
December,
hopefully,
beginning of December, right?
hopefully it gets played.
Yes.
The Long Island leagues they're on pause
What-
now.
Oh, really?
They have
Didn't know that.
paused as of last week.
Jersey still going strong?
15
Jersey's going
love.
strong.
It's a big game.
Jersey's doing a great job. You know what? Every club I've been around, everyone's staying out of the paddle huts,
Yeah, they playing.
wearing their masks till they get onto the court.
See how they just
Everyone
plug up
wants
the
to
middle there?
play. So,
Oh yeah.
wow. Did you see that wind just take that camera?
Nice talking.
I so made up that the wind took the camera.
True or false?
Yeah, false. What do you think Johan's pulse is right now?
Can you tell the strategy at the net yet, Patty? Do you think, does it feel like there is a specific one?
Well, right there, hit away from Johan. He was showing a little bit of a move in.
30 love.
Drew saw it, recognized it. Hit a nice little cutter. It's not often you can make Powers miss on a shot like that.
It's hard to see. Like these two players, it might not be that you can't pick on one player, right?
Oh my God, that was a great shot Bostrom just hit
Way
there.
to stay calm.
That was a nice duck by
With the
Broderick
big
up
cat
front.
running in at you.
I mean, how he had so much composure just to wait for the move, and found the open spot.
Florentina has trained him well. Calm under pressure.
You know, he does listen.
Oh.
Let
5-4.
court.
5-4. Here we go.
Martin's thinking, you know, when I hit my backhand, it's select court and it goes long. Can't believe that guy's. You know.
His went long as well. That was their game. 5-4. Broderick Bostrom.
I thought it was good. All right, so gigantic turnaround here in the second set.
Powers to serve, 4 serving 5.
Again, I don't think there was like a moment. I think they came out a little lackadaisical first 2 games.
Ooh.
And it's hard to turn it on and off, right?
That was a rough serve right there, bottom of the net. Ah, rough return from Drew, bottom of the net. Right there. I mean, that was a
I will say
huge
when he's swinging at the returns, though, it's usually when I think he's playing his best. Obviously, he missed that one. It's a tough time, but
yeah, I don't let him miss any.
there you
I
go.
think
You
he's
need to
gotta
get
make
him
it all.
on that mixed one. All right, they're staying sides this way.
I'm just saying, only because they got the quick fault from Powers
No,
to start
absolutely.
that game.
I don't disagree at all. Okay, they switch.
Thank God we're not fighting on air.
Never. We've got the Cabra. Plugging up that metal, great positioning.
Yeah, with the lefty righty, it's so critical to move really close to each other when you're at that net.
A little forced.
15, 30.
Floor, when you're missing, what do you like your partner to, like, how do you like them to treat you or speak to you? Do you want them to be like, is it tough love? Is it be super supportive or be realistic? What do you?
Oh my God.
6
Oh.
shots. 6 shots.
And the moment, it's huge.
Did you just see that right there, Mark? And Floor?
Ridiculous.
Team Fusion both charged that ball, and I mean, ball spun back in the net. Unbelievable. Sorry to interrupt you.
Not at all.
Oh, that was huge.
Just thought that was amazing.
I like to be positive the whole time and a little realistic, especially if it was the wrong shot selection. I think that's the biggest part. If
You're
you
pretty
miss it-
disciplined though. What feels like a wrong shot for you?
I do sometimes change direction all the way across the court.
At the net?
At the net, when we're at the net. Marcelo loves down the line. I don't know, again, because there's a solo, I start trying to create more than I should instead of sticking with the patterns and getting out of position. But I think, yes, being supportive, and if there's the wrong shot selection, let's say it.
You guys had some good energy out there. There was a lot of, seemed like there was a lot of
Anna is
talking.
awesome. She's super supportive. The game that I missed 4 drives in a row. Is this set point?
This is set point.
Definitely thought my heart rate is faster than Johan. Yes, the one that I missed 4 times in a row, and it's like, it's okay, go again. It's okay, don't hesitate, swing. On the third one, okay, maybe start lobbing.
Maybe hesitate.
Yeah. On second thought.
think Martin's been the difference maker in this set.
He has. See, I like that little shot from Drew just to make Johan
Yeah,
stretch
make him
up
come
the
forward.
line.
But that only works from that
on.
deuce court as much, right? For the ad court, it doesn't work as much against
Second
the two
set,
righties.
Broderick Bostrom.
So that's the second set. Huge turnaround. We'll be right back on Pro Flight Live from Aronimink Golf Club.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
At Veritext, it's not just a deposition. It's the witness that will win your trial. It's the reason you became a lawyer. It's your first case as a partner. It's that case that will make you partner. It's for the families who lost something. It's for that.
Pro Flight Live from Aronimink Golf Club. Patty Hogan here with Mark Innes and Floor Hanisch. And Broderick and Bostrom just had a monster turnaround, winning the second set here. 6-4 after getting crushed. First set, 6-1 by duRandt and Powers.
I like that. I like that Drew and Martin didn't take too long in between sets there, right? When you have that momentum, you got to just keep it going.
Yeah, you know Johan is going to play fast. He's going to keep going, and
Just
the monster
keep
change.
it going. Absolutely.
For those of you who didn't see the first set, Broderick and Bostrom switch courts. Drew's always played over in that ad court, taking away that side screen from a lot of his opponents. Bostrom plays both sides of the court, and they've switched, and super effective tactical change there in the second set.
Great lob.
And Floor and Mark, you guys teach a ton of players. How often do you see club level players who just get stuck and only play one side of the court?
So true. There is something huge. If all players can practice that, being able to adjust is just...
Yeah, I'm always fascinated by people who will take the net and they'll go to the side of the court that they play. And I'm like, what are you doing?
One serving one. Third set breaker.
So this is a Pro Flight breaker.
We're finally getting it, Patty.
We're getting the breaker
the
here.
Pro Flight breaker.
14 all set on that.
Yeah, once
I
you
wanna
get
see that.
past 10 o'clock, you got to go to the Pro Flight breaker.
Now there's pressure. This is tough.
So the Pro Flight breaker, first to 15, and you only have to win by 1. Floor, did you get to play one of these breakers last year?
I play against Charlotte, Sikora, and Morgan.
Yeah, I thought you did.
I think it's awesome. I love it.
Who won that?
Annika and I.
What was the score?
I think it was like 15-13.
15-13, yes. That's how I remember it. It was a great one.
There, I like it. He's making Johan come forward a little bit. It's way more effective from the deuce court there. When Drew can make Johan come forward with those little probing.
Yeah.
Probing. Hey!
Oh, he's got it. Oh, my God.
Of course he's got it.
Oh, wow.
This is Johan getting a little fired up. I like it.
One serving two.
I mean, I just think this is an exciting way to finish a match versus kind of it being dragged out. I do think it's fascinating
this end of the
to
booth,
watch
it's amazing.
the approach.
I love this format.
Big serve under pressure.
And maybe, do you go for more, Floor, with this or not?
Tiebreaker?
What do you think?
You
I
stick
mean,
with
I don't
your
know.
strategy. Whatever strategy you had it.
What did Mark say? What was his line? No, don't start questioning your game
Don't
at this
question
stage
it.
of the stage. If you got your game, stick to your game.
I mean, you could just feel like it was all fun and games.
It's
It's
just
not fun
got
and
real.
games now. Now
It
this
got
is
real,
so
ladies
intense.
and gentlemen. Smooth.
I like the little shot from Johan, just straight ahead. If he went cross court, there's a lot of open court behind him.
It's a place he's very smart and very dangerous.
Wow. 3-2. Remember that point.
3-3.
Might be important.
Mark,
Because
have
Johan
you-
didn't come close.
Mark,
I'll
have you
let him know.
shared with the viewers the mixed doubles tournament is going on tomorrow?
I haven't. We're going to be at, there's a, did you know about that, Patty?
Where's the event?
Great move, Martin. It's a
Country Club of Darien.
tournament director,
Four
Florentina
serving
Hanisch. We're having a little mixed doubles
Money tournament.
money tournament.
Nice. What time? What time's the first match?
5 o'clock.
Ah, that's so nice.
Yeah. And what's the new format?
We're playing best of 5 tiebreakers to 15.
Ah, that is very cool. How many
And-
teams?
There are 5 teams. Mark, Ines, and Marcella.
Okay.
Macy, Elliott, and Bernie.
Yep.
Anna Zibari and Sven.
Nice.
Martin and I. And Roxy and Mark Powers.
Oh my gosh, what a fun follow-up
I'm
to
so excited.
Right, how good is that
Paddle
going
in
to
Philly
be?
today, Darien, Connecticut tomorrow.
And
Pretty cool.
we're going to have a cake there for Martin. It was his birthday this week, so shout out to him. He's definitely playing better in his old age.
Yeah, he seems to have a newfound maturity to him right here in this.
He has been the difference maker in this match so far for sure. He's stepped it up, and you see how now Johan's having to play closer to the net. Besides that play,
Did he hear that?
he got a little flustered that we were
Four
giving him
serving
compliments. But Johan's had to play from now, not the service line. He's had to go closer to the net because he had to respect Martin's drive. Decisive call. Oh, that's not typical for Drew.
Yeah, tough drive.
5 serving 4.
But you know, credit to the drive. It got Drew to move off his left hip a little bit of
Five
an
serving
awkward
4.
spot.
Absolutely. Under pressure, that serve's not easy.
5-5.
Oh, he's going overhand. Love the confident calls.
See how effortless that was for Johan. He played the nick, saw the shot from Drew. Most club level players would never get that ball back in play. Oh boy. Oh boy.
What was the error there? Giving him the shot, or do you think the volley's very makeable?
Giving him the shot.
I don't do a waterfall at Johan.
Yeah.
I agree.
5
No way.
serving 6.
6-2. No waterfalls. Yeah, I think that's a critical shot right there. But again, I mean, that's out of incredible respect to Powers over there that you couldn't dump that ball over there. 'Cause
And that safe, the only safe spot there is Johan's backhand, right? So he's trying to, Drew's taking a lot more overheads.
second forehand volley error right here.
5 serving 7.
Just a little, you know, the feet stopped and the shifting stopped a little bit, and then you have to reach forehand volley.
Opa. Definitely feels like they're getting suckered into some bad mistakes here.
Will they switch back? Sure.
This feels like one of those crucial points for momentum. Oh, that is not typical of Drew.
So duRandt Powers up 8-5, super tiebreaker, first to 15.
That's why I like first to 15. I feel like there's still a lot of time.
5.
Like
Yeah.
usually to 7 or 10,
8
you
serving
make
5.
like 3 mistakes like that, and then it's almost over.
Game over.
You can't come back now.
And they have come back today, so it's definitely not over. So clean.
Wow. Powers got caught over in that
8
juice court.
serving
Pulled the
6.
trigger a little too fast there.
Playing conservative, puts it in. Smart play.
Yeah, you see Drew hitting a lot of those little abbreviated kind of
But it works from that
push
side of
forehands
the
and
court.
backhands to pull Johan up.
Absolutely. They're clearly trying to keep that ball away from Martin's big drive. Oh. But that's the play. They didn't panic. They made them play a tough volley. If they make it, they just start again. That's what I think a lot of club players do wrong, is once they see the drive, they think they have to end it right there.
And you see in this point, Powers has hit cross court to Drew, but has kept his overhead deep. You know, he hasn't tried to pound it into Drew's corner.
Absolutely.
I think that's the mistake club level players make a lot.
And you can see when Johan goes there, it's because he's doing an attacking shot, right? He's setting that ball up over at Martin, and then if he gets that short one, then he wants to attack Drew in that deuce court. So they're picking on that one side, attack the other. Oh.
Ah, look how fast Martin was on that.
Oh.
Blake Anderson would be happy with the foot speed Martin just
They got that
demonstrated.
point?
6 serving 9.
Oh, they didn't. The scoreboard fooled me.
6-9, it's not 7-8.
It's not 7-8, it's 6-9.
So the score, you guys, is... Oh, we're getting there.
Smart play, give himself time.
Great move from Drew right there. Great hands from Johan. Good pickup from Martin.
It's not a place you want to get in the game with Johan.
It's gotten very quiet here at Aronimink Golf Club.
Absolutely, everyone's
because
on their
this has
edge of their seats.
become pretty intense all of a sudden.
I'm more nervous now than I was in my match.
Who's going to have to drive over here, Florentina? That's a great lob.
Oh my God, what a volley from Powers right there.
But that error, he shouldn't have followed that in. I don't hate the
6
probing shot,
serving
but
10.
there was no need to go after it and go for the net. You're just so vulnerable to that being stuck behind you.
Oh boy. Did he forget it was Mark Powers, national champion on the other side of the net,
He
who
might have.
knows how to hold the volley and just stuck it?
I have a rule question. On those 2 FIMs that Johan hit it, if his ball goes back to his side, he loses the point, right?
Correct.
Yes. Yep, if it comes all the way back over. So if someone blasts that really mighty
11
overhead,
serving
you lose
6.
the point if it comes to back to your own side of the net. Oh, again, Johan that's his second fall to that deuce court.
11-7.
Be curious if he goes back overhand right here. And he did.
I think that's also more because it's to the ad court. That underhand serves way easier to the deuce court for right-handed players. I like that, just bring him forward.
Wasn't sure that was staying in.
All right, we got some life here.
Serving 11.
Oh, playing with fire.
Dangerous.
They are going at Johan a lot. They're not really going at Mark as much.
Yeah, Blake Anderson's watching and he's so impressed with the speed that Bostrom is showing here tonight, Floor.
Force the transition a bit.
9 serving 11.
Yeah.
That's what you were trying to do with your permanent eye, right, Floor?
Yes.
Drew's pulling out his John Hughes overhead. Oh, and he got tagged. I mean, Powers gets one ball in the last whatever and just tags him. But, you know, John Hughes' kick overhead where he, you know, like he steps in and with that left foot, I see Drew hitting that shot a little bit.
12 serving 9.
Oh, good volley. Such a heavy return.
Pretty cool how Broderick flipped his paddle to the other side there to throw up a lob.
Oh, they're going to switch. The answer's yes.
Oh my gosh, look at that little shot he just.
Probably the wrong one to do it on, but
Too short a lob, Mark?
yeah, I just didn't give them enough time.
13.
And they don't have to rush it. They're both good enough to play either side until they need to.
Yeah, that's a good point. You got to get the right ball. Several match points here.
9-14.
duRandt and Powers.
Not over until it's over.
They saved one.
There you go.
14.
A little bit fast there from duRandt.
Oh, he holds it so well, that deception you were talking about, Patty. See how they constantly make Martin and Drew come forward and back, right? Such a tough place to be.
All right. We're a little nervous here in the booth. 14-11.
14-11.
The umpire's much more calm than we are. Overhand serve, no sidearm on that to the juice court.
He's
Interesting,
obviously
right there.
feeling nervy on it. It's a great spot.
Yeah, kind of surprised Powers dumped that ball to Drew's backhand.
14-12.
Holy cow.
But they're switching a lot. It's hard to remember where the offense
Right.
is, right?
Where's the guy? And
Yeah.
who's the lefty? And where's the righty right now?
They're all over,
Even for the best players, it's hard to remember, Mark.
apparently.
You know, let's get this to 14 all.
I hope
That'd be
so.
so
Oh,
nice.
it's the 1 point?
1
Yes,
point.
Oh,
definitely.
How great would that
please.
be?
Holds it.
Good duck from Bostrom.
Martin's had an incredible last 2 sets.
Wow, right on the line, I think. A little better lob from Drew, a little deeper there. Got Johan to go back. Just one step beyond the service line.
Good talking. Are you a fan of his low probing lobs, Patty, or not a fan?
I'm a fan. I'd love to mix in some high deep ones occasionally.
I like that. That hopefully they could go down overhead into Martin's screen and then he could cut it off and hit his backhand drive.
And the angle is just so hard to do something off of.
What a pickup right there. What a low overhead there from duRandt.
Standard procedure for Drew Broderick.
And again, that powers overhead, kind of like a lazy little shot, just pushes that ball deep.
I think the nice thing is that for sure this should be the way that they should be playing against two righty players. With Martin out there and the especially aggressive ones. Drew's pretty effective from that deuce court with these lobs. You can see how much they can get out of position there. These lobs are just pushing them all over. That's the one he wants.
Oh, what a catch.
And you'll see that's the spot Johan attacks from every time. Whether it's a short cut, deep cut, that's that angle he wants. Love it.
Ah, what a great lob right there.
Just test. Oh. Both teams are not shying away from the moment. They're doing what they need to, but they're being patient.
Floor, how many times has the ball gone over the net at this point? Are we up to like 80 yet? What a lob up the line right there from Bostrom, another great one.
I'm surprised I haven't passed out yet because I don't think I'm breathing right now.
Excellent.
Breathe, Floor.
Point.
Oh, look at all that
crazy
space
point.
he created, but look at all that space. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Creating movements.
Come on, let's
Oh
go!
my God.
We
14,
could get our wish.
13.
Oh, come on, let's go 14-14.
14. Yeah.
Oh my God,
This
we're
is it,
getting
the
it.
first
14-14, next point, winner take all.
Right, tiebreaker.
1 point.
Oh!
Martin!
Okay, I'm driving.
Okay, so.
Oh.
No. Oh my God, what a phenomenal
What a match.
third set
What
a-
tiebreaker
Great
there.
stuff, guys.
What
Fun
a
to watch,
match.
man.
1 point.
1 point. Martin just cracked his paddle on that effort.
I don't blame him.
Amazing
Well,
win for
14 all?
duRandt and Parsons. 15-14, third
Cool,
set
man.
tiebreaker.
14-9.
I'm Patty Hogan with Mark Innes and Floor Hanisch. And what a great way to finish this first Pro Flight event of the year. We, big comeback, you know, to get both these men's and women's finals, you know, extended all the way to the third set.
That was incredible. I think obviously no one should talk to Martin for the next 20 minutes, but he should be very happy with.
Very happy.
He was the difference maker that second
Yeah,
set
I mean,
and
yes.
that tiebreaker. He should be very happy with his play.
I agree.
He's crushed right now because of
yeah.
that. And
Someone
know,
get him a La Cabra, he'll be okay.
Yep, he'll
But
have one of those
he-
nice local brews, and
He needs to take some positive stuff away from that match because he
Absolutely.
was the difference maker, and that was incredible play. Congrats to Johan duRandt and Mark Powers.
And before we sign off, we'd love to wish our viewers a happy Thanksgiving. Stay safe, play safe, get out, play paddle, do the things you'd like to do outdoors, and be safe. And we hope that in future holidays, everyone gets to gather with their friends and family again. Until then, good luck.
Big thank you to Aronimink Country Club. This was a fantastic event. Pro Flight Paddle, Drew Broderick. Awesome stuff. Thanks to all the athletes. And thanks to you, Patty. That was
Thanks,
fantastic.
Mark. Thanks, Floor. And that's a wrap.
You know what? There's a sleep it off room in here.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
At Veritext, it's not just a deposition. It's the witness that will win your trial. It's the reason you became a lawyer. It's your first case as a partner. It's that case that will make you partner. It's for the families who lost something. It's for that groundbreaking patent. It's for one of the largest companies in the world, or one of the smallest. It's something that will change someone's life forever. At Veritext, it's never just a deposition. We understand it's so much more.
I actually wore sweatpants on Wednesday night for my match. Okay, for the match with the Yankees.
Yes, you did. Yes. So somebody asked why you were wearing your boxers tonight, pink boxers or something. I didn't know. I'll have to bring other pink. Here tomorrow morning. Wait, this is your role, 14 all, one voice. That's profile breaker. No, that's like Vince's last year. So they got the 14 all and
Is there beer anywhere?
We got plenty of beer. Yeah, absolutely.
Got plenty of beer, I think.
I got you.
With a shot of tequila.
He deserves one. You guys played great.
Yeah.
Great match, guys.
Marty, don't take that the wrong way, man. You guys got the 14 all. That bruised you. You played great, man.
Good playing. It was so
That
much
could have
fun
fallen on the
watching
table
you.
on your side, too, you know?
You're heading back home
It's just
tonight?
We're heading
unfortunate.
back, yeah. It's
Are you
close.
kidding me?
It's an hour and a half to live in Union, New Jersey.
Oh, so you're not Connecticut or anything?
We used to be Stamford, Connecticut, just like 4
That's
months
what.
ago.
Okay, all right. Oh, good. So it was awesome watching you.
Thank you
Just,
so much for having us. We
My
loved
good
the
fortune.
event.
So yes.
That was a
thank
great
you.
event.
Yes, it was, and hopefully it'll be more exciting next year.
That's true.
You know, and the good guys will win next year.
Hopefully the good guys do it next year.
Good job.
Great match, guys. Woo! Drew, thank you, man. Head high, Marty. Head high.